You ready?
You got it. Wait for me to go back.
Start this meeting at 7:01. 6:01. Item number 1, roll call.
David Crickman Salcedo,
Here.
Councilmember McClellan, Councilmember Smith,
Present.
Councilmember Lewis,
Present.
Councilmember Devine, present. We have a quorum.
All righty, let's stand for the pledge of allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. So announcements, the only announcement I really had, I got a notice that the county burn ban remains in effect until January 12th of 2020, so.
Somebody didn't get that notice. It was burning going on.
Just sharing that information. Other than that, there's some water billing issues that I think Bill's going to cover on his part. We will go to item number 4, which is public comments.
Mayor? If possible, could I move the COVID-19 update to the next agenda item, please?
So instead of going to number 4, let's go ahead and move the COVID item and old business. Item number 1, discuss and consider action on COVID-19 updates and review city match policy implemented July 14th, 2020.
I got nothing. I'm just gonna stand here.
Okay. Well, our current policy expires today. And in light of the current events that I'm aware of with the COVID-19, I'd like to renew the policy. Can I make a motion now?
Yeah.
Okay. I'd like to renew the policy through January the 12th, 2021. And I would like to maintain the discipline of a maximum occupancy during the council meeting of 10 people. And the other people that are involved in the meeting can be called in and have an opportunity to speak.
So we have a motion.
I'll second.
Smith. We have a second. Any discussion? All in favor? All opposed? I guess with that being said, it's clear enough. So,
We will call you.
So we're now coming to the 5.
We have 20.
We have 9 with staff.
9, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1.
I forgot we're moving back there.
Uh,
I forgot we're moving back there to get it. I was actually gonna move it up to.
That's so heavy. I reminded you. It just,
So, do you want to leave her in?
Is she number 10 or is?
She's number 1.
What, she's at 10?
First thing you say, we'll rotate.
Yeah. You say.
Well, yeah, was she the first one on the?
Yeah.
yeah, that'd be great. Yeah.
And she'll be number 10.
Okay, so that being said, we will go to item number 4, which was.
Place where people not have to observe the meeting from another.
Guess we could open the curtains.
If they have a smartphone, they do it on their phone.
Yeah, I worry about people standing around in the cold too out there, but I don't know there's much we can do about it.
You know, I have a question about why, I mean, I don't know if it's our equipment, what it is, but I've had several people tell me there's no point in right here.
I've heard it.
Well, it depends if you go to the Facebook page or if you go directly. If you go directly to there, I think it's a lot better connection. It's
Yeah.
when people try to listen to Facebook Live and you're going to another media, basically. So if you want to hear it well, they're going to go to the.
And it's on the agenda, the link, but the other thing even with that, it makes it hard when more than one person's talking, because all the mics are trying to be. One mic picks up, and that's what we're talking, a mic picks up, and we start talking over it, it's a different mic, then it does make it hard to hear regardless, but that's,
Well, I was hearing it, it was breaking up, and they couldn't hear anything.
let people face.
Yeah, so maybe they weren't Facebook, like, let's take another distinction.
So you've been on the inside, right? Yeah.
It does make a difference, when logging directly into GoToMeeting, it's a much better connection, but as Will said, you have to make sure you are close enough to the microphone,
Okay.
because the biggest difficulty when you're on a GoToMeeting is when is number one, when multiple people are talking, and number two, when whoever is talking is not close enough to the microphone.
Got
Once you're close enough to the microphone, I've never had a problem hearing anybody.
it. Okay, that's good enough.
So pull your mic up.
Well, and then, I guess if somebody sees somebody else not close to the mic, let's say, hey, get a little closer, speak up a little bit or something like that. All right,
So item number 4, which is public comments, that we welcome public comments at this point. Speakers can sign up if they have, and they're limited to 3 minutes. So Lori, take care of the 3 minutes, and we will start with,
Christine Anderson. Thank you.
Make you talking to the microphone.
introduce yourself.
Hi, my name is Chrissy Anderson. I live over in the senior park in South Blanco Avenue, but I'm also one of the commissioners of the planning zone. This evening, I am here speaking as a resident of the city. Can you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm sharing my own thoughts and concerns about the proposed subdivision to be constructed along Highway 32 in Blanco County, along the Blanco city line and including TJ. The proposed project will include approximately 900 houses plus or minus several commercial buildings. Now, I think that further population and building construction will be inevitable in this lovely section of the hill country. I believe that the opportunity for the city of Blanco to provide input and coordinate services in conjunction with these changes is one which the city needs to be fully capitalized on, because I think the city has to walk a fine line between being useful and being used. I am presenting my perspectives based on statements I believe I've heard from the developer in the city and what limited information was provided in public presentations, copies of which I have been unable to access. So my main concerns with water supply. Plan 8 allows us to supply utilities for its development, and it's dependent upon the city subdivision to piggyback on city utilities. These are the same water, sewer, and other utilities that are already overburdened and experiencing severe growing pains. I am very concerned here about the fact that the remaining number of hookups to the entire city of Blanco's water supply, which appears to be like 850, is less than the number of hookups requested by the home development, which looks like it's going to be around 900. On the positive side, the city development would contribute a portion of the infrastructure costs to the city so that the development build-out could take place. Plan B for the might be to go pilot well. On the negative side, this option would possibly withdraw water from the same recharge area and groundwater district resources that come to supply our local roads and wells. My point, my biggest fear is that during or after the build-out of this proposed mud development, the residents of the city may be left without the potential for water and utilities services as its own needs change and expand. So my suggestion, it appears to me that the city, the county, and the developer can all benefit from coordinating facets to get stronger needs. As I was unable to obtain maps through my public information request made to the city of Blanco and the county of Blanco, nor could I obtain more details of this project elsewhere, I suggest greater transparency might be made a necessary condition of this proposed application package and all of the future development plans. I suggested a restricted phase build-out plan, complete with stated and appropriate conditions of penalty, and be beneficial to the city, be prepared to specifically determine the amount of water and utilities needed and when such services will be needed. I also suggest that by working together from a proposed build-out schedule, we can safeguard the city from overspending services and store check its own residents. Thank you.
Thank you.
good job. Thank you. Thank you.
Perfect timing too, if you want to practice.
Yeah.
Yeah, who's next?
Susan Moore.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Ms. Moore? You're on there.
Thank you.
Got some feedback going on there. Vote.
And I'm supposed to do 2 and 3, I'm gonna speak to, item number 2 also, maybe at first. That's fine. When you begin to talk about the burn ban ordinance, I'd like for you to keep in mind, we have 3.5 acres in the city limits. We have many large oak trees, probably over 2 dozen on my 3.5 acres. They drop limbs, and we trim them often.
This conference will now be recorded.
And you can pick up these limbs at the curb, that you will give us some consideration to continue to have authorized burns. Okay. So I really wanted to speak on the creation of that district, which is in the Blanco ETJ. It involves 395 acres of land, which 270 acres, or 70% of that, is in RUKG and the Southwest corner. The petition is the work-related water and sewer systems and drainage and roads, which the petition states is necessary because these services are not now available in this area. And the estimated cost for office infrastructure is around $50 million. Now, I understand it, and I'm a novice. The state law requires written consideration from the city consent for the establishment of the district, and I need to teach it up. And this is the city must consider granting a conditional consent. What is best for the city, and if so, begin a task of developing the appropriate documents to protect our interest. How and what you decide to do will have a lasting impact on our city. You will be allowing a small city, approximately the same size as our current existing Blanco, to be creative on the southwest boundary of our city, perhaps resulting in the future as South Blanco and Old Blanco. This development will put our system to the capacity that may restrict our growth in other areas of the city. When we come in and want small development around the city, we may not have the resources to allow that. Your job, I think, includes how to protect the interests of the citizens and the growth inside the city limits. Due diligence on your behalf to protect our natural resources and city services is a heavy burden which you must show. Due to COVID-19, making this information public and holding a public hearing will be extremely difficult. Therefore, this body will be held at a much higher standard. Please commit your time and your research
to accomplish that outcome. Thank you very much.
Like this one.
So we got that, Lauren.
David Baker.
David Baker.
How many people are on that?
Is it coming through okay?
Yes. You better speak around here in the booth.
Do you want me to go ahead and make public comment right now?
Thank you.
Are you there?
Do you guys want me to make public comment right now?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I want to thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Sauceda, council members McKellen, Smith, Lewis, and Devine, the city manager Davies, and Director Rodriguez, and city staff and volunteers. You already give generously to this community through your service, but I've seen firsthand this past 6 weeks how you have gone above and beyond to create the Blanco Water Reclamation Task Force. You've had the courage to build on your Meadows Center MOU and create a real force for good to take on the growth while being careful stewards of the Blanco River and the taxpayers of Blanco. We have started with the task force with an aggressive timeline, but the important thing is we are working together in common purpose. Matt and Dita and Will and Ronnie and we who come from Protect Our Blanco and downstream look forward to extending this first phase with you just a bit to complete the engineering study with Hays County support. When we look at the options that the city has, we expect to have much better options than anything that has been suggested to date with pursuing this study. Growth problems and infrastructure needs can't be solved overnight, but saving millions won't take years to plan. We hope you will do several things tonight that lead Blanco in a positive long-term direction. Renewing the Meadows MOU makes great sense. The center's expertise is invaluable, and Nick Dornak brings a lot to the table. Supporting the task force as we complete our initial phase one report is important to completing an engineering study that solves immediate infrastructure needs and outlines cost-effective decentralized options that ensure growth without discharge into the river and allow us to work together on long-term solutions. We also hope you agree tonight to take a judicious pause and give us a chance to work with you on a MUD policy for the proposed MUD number 1 and reasonable conditions on consent to the Blanco MUD number 1. There are some important principles and steps to cover that protect the citizens and the taxpayers and the coffers of Blanco, as well as the water quality of the Blanco River and your water supply. I love Blanco too, just like everyone that comes there does. And I really enjoy working with you all. I much prefer this collaboration than being in a contested case or on the other side. So this cooperation takes some work, but I think it can be fun too. And more than anything, I think it's great to see your leadership as a council preserve the character of this town and its environment. So I'm committed to being your partner in building a legacy of honor and pride for Blanco. And I'll go ahead and make comment on item 6 on the water rights. I do support you all, having a super majority before you give away or sell or allocate those water rights. I think retaining those for the city's needs for the future is going to be critical. that's having that water supply as the front end of any kind of growth plan. So I would support that item as well. So I thank you all very much and appreciate you letting me speak tonight.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right, then we have
Connie Barron.
Connie Barron.
All right. She's outside.
She was on the board.
Connie Barron.
What was that? This was number 4.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hi. Good evening, Council Member, Norfolk and South Carolina. I'm Connie Barron. I live 2 blocks over here. And I'm here to just mention 1 or 2 things. One, I know you're considering a letter of consent for the development of the mud that's coming up. And all I can say is that ties into over.
This conference will now be recorded.
And people are coming, and that makes sense. We're in a beautiful spot between Austin, San Antonio, on a gorgeous corridor, and we're not ready for it. And so my statement to you is starting right now, giving consent to something that we don't know what we're consenting to, because we don't have flats and line figures and phases and all of the things that would normally be required, that should be required, because we don't know what they are or what they should be. So what I would say is please don't offer consent to something when you don't know what you're consenting to, because once you do, you've lost any bargaining power, any opportunity to have a voice for TCEQ down the way. What's the hurry? Folks are gonna come here, they're coming here, they're gonna phase through, and what I hope you remember is they're coming here because they won't be here. We have something they want. We have an expensive land, we have a little town, we have wonderful geography. We're in a perfect place. And they will talk to us if they're good neighbors and figure out how to fit into our community, our quality of life and our values. And if they don't, then do we want them? So I don't think we should be dealing from a position of fear that they might go somewhere else. We're in a position of strength. We have wonderful things to offer to people who want to come. So let's go from a position of strength, and let's find a small consulting firm, city planning firm we can work with and get all of our ordinances, evaluations, things in place so we know what to ask for, and we can deal with these developers and parties consistently, intelligently, and moving forward. So we know we need to be ready, but we're not ready yet. So I would ask not to sign the consent right now, but move forward with committees, consulting firms, whatever we've got to figure out to get ready. Thank you all for all you do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you. Jason Morgan is on the Morgan.
JP, yeah, JP's next.
I'm flying and haven't heard.
I'm sorry.
Like my wife. Good evening, folks. I'm J.P. Morgan. If you haven't heard of me before, and I'm sitting down on me. I've got handouts that you've actually seen before, and with your permission, I'm going to ask you to pass it around. There should be 5 there. And here's what you should give it.
Oh, thank you so much.
Hi, folks. I'm J.P. Morgan. I'm president of POB. I'm one of your downstream neighbors. And as I like to start my comments, I want to thank you for your service. I know you make the big bucks and it's all about the money, but we do appreciate your work. We know you've got a lot of stuff on your plate. I'm here to speak about the pursuit of a consent by the city of Blanco. You already did it. The pursuit by a developer for the city's consent to a municipal utility district. I will tell you that POB doesn't really have a position on whether the mud's a good idea or a bad idea, because we haven't seen enough data to be able to make that decision. We don't know the number of homes, density, ideas on source of water, idea on what we're gonna do with our wastewater. We just haven't seen enough info, and as you learned through the last 2 years, we're perfectly willing to articulate a position, but we try to articulate that position based on data, and we just haven't seen enough. And although it does tell us something when the city's planning and zoning recommends against it, and it does tell us something when we sort of learn about this third quarter. But I will tell you that P&Z seem like smart folks, and you folks are smart folks, and we propose that the idea would be with full and complete disclosure and good hard negotiation by the city to be fair with these developers, we could end up with sort of consistent utility district. So when developer number 2 and developer number 3 comes along, we have some idea how it is that the developer knows before he, she, or it buys land, what to expect. And the folks that are looking to buy a home in the development have some idea of what to expect by way of utility bills. And it's lack of consistency, I'm afraid, is going to make consistent development really tough. But so I will tell you that what I've given to you was sort of a frequently asked questions or a question and answer period done by a really smart lawyer that is a lawyer for Techno Blanco and has been a lawyer for several cities and environmental groups. And all we would ask is that as you look at this idea of our municipal utility district, that you understand that this is not a one-off. The folks are going to be asked again in a week or a month or a year. And you start shooting from the hip. Having been on property owner associations, I'm telling you, you're going to be really sorry if you didn't get everything you could get and make your decision based on everything that's available. But again, thank you for your service and Merry Christmas, and hope y'all are safe.
Thanks, Mr. Moore.
Thank you.
Y'all be good.
Thank you.
So I'm going to send in the next.
I think
Who is it?
that's the last one.
Yeah, all right.
Already?
I'm sorry. By the way, a speaker, it would be great. I'm using my cell phone and it sounds like a rock concert. If you guys, I've got a Bluetooth and I didn't try that, but it's pretty bad out here.
Yeah. Our Bluetooth speaker, if you have one of those portable Bluetooth speakers, that may actually help.
Well, great.
Yes. I just could have bought mine.
Right. Right, did it the first couple of meetings.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I mean, I could pull my truck over there and crank back the stereo.
All right, so that concludes item number 4, public comments. At this time, we will go on to item number 5, presentation of Night Sky Month Certificate and update on the International Sky Community application. So we can get Mr. Gosnell.
Gosh.
Gosnell?
How about one?
It's all yours. What you said, I think.
I'll be very quick. I'm here in two capacities. One as a member of the Night Sky Team of the Hill Country Alliance, and 2 as president of the Blanco County Friends of the Night Sky. The first thing on the agenda was presentation, and we took a picture prior to council meeting, so we wouldn't take up your time, giving a certificate of appreciation to the city of Blanco, specifically for your support of the Hill Country Alliance's Night Sky Month of last October. We're also giving one of these to the Gem of the Hills, because they hosted in full force, and one to the Blanco County Commissioners Court. We thank you for your support, which you have done over the years, and it's a token of our appreciation. The Hill Country Alliance has put on this event, and it was a very good success this year. We had over 35 unique events all over the Hill Country. We had 33 proclamations, very similar to the ones that you signed. These were signed by commissioners courts at the county level and by city councils all over the Hill Country. I'll give that. We started, these events were coordinated by the Friends of the Night Sky group. We started here in Blanco and in Rockwood. That has now spread. We have 8 of these Friends of the Night Sky groups in various counties. Austin County, Hayes, Cornell, Kendall, Kerr, Rayall, and Port Clinton. And our goal is to have Friends of the Night Sky from all over the hill country. It's some recognition that there is a snowballing awareness of the value of the night sky and the necessity to protect it all over the world. The second item I want to talk about is to give you a status update on the status of Blanco's application to become an international dark sky community. We've been working on this for a long time. And there's a lot of people, some people sitting here in this council chamber, that put a lot of work on it. We started in 2006, if you go back to the very beginning of it. We've been at this for a long time. The night sky preserves our rural heritage, the quality of life, and once we get designated, Blanco can use that as a marketing tool, as a marketing boost for our ecotourism industry. There are only 29 of these cities worldwide. 4 of them are right here in the Texas Hill Country. Fredericksburg, Rickman Springs, Wimberley, Horseshoe Bay will be the 5th when we get that. It was a massive undertaking to put that application in. We did it a year ago. We signed it December 12th, 2019. It was signed by Mayor Hurden, by Lee Daly from the Chamber, and by me as president of the Blanco County Friends of the Night Sky. It had 119 pages. It had 20 annexes, many of which were 10, 20, 30 pages long. It was a massive effort. Then there was a delay, a COVID delay, of course, for the International Dark Sky Association to review that. We expected it to have to redo it 2 or 3 times, but usually that's what happens. Sometimes it takes 2 or 3 years of back and forth and back and forth. They came to us and they said, okay, the application was really good, with the exception of one thing. You need to get one thing. That is, Blanco needs to have a plan to bring 95% of streetlights into compliance with its own outdoor lighting ordinance within 5 years and 100% within 10 years. We said, okay, at least you don't have to write the application. So we got our volunteers and we sent teams out to identify the streetlights that we had in Blanco. And we identified, we looked at over, I think we had about 150, 160 streetlights. We identified 91 of them as being on city property, city owned. Interesting, PDC said we had 101. We went to the other 10 locations where they said we had streetlights that were paying for every month. They weren't there. We had GPS coordinates on every one of the streetlights, and we provided it to the city, and eventually that can get sucked into your GIS system. Then we said, okay, we have 91 streetlights, and we have to look at it. Are they in compliance or are they not? How big is our problem? So we sent teams out there to look at the streetlights, get their characteristics, measure the color temperature. Bottom line is, not one streetlight in the city meets the requirements to get replaced, all of them. So how much is that? You go to PDC, they said to replace a fully functioning streetlight will cost about $350 a light. Times 91, that's about $38,000. Can we have $38,000, Council? No. The city didn't have that kind of money. So we went to the Hill Country Alliance. We said, okay, what can you do to help us find grant money to do this? And they actually did. And we came up with some grant money, significant grant money. Not enough, not nearly enough to get that. So we were in the process of looking for more grant money. That's the only way we can do that, or maybe private contributions. Then a miracle happened. And this is the update to the council. The good news is that PDC now has an initiative that is on the RFP stage, in the request for proposal stage, and that is all working on. I don't have the details of what they're doing because they're in negotiation right now. We'll keep our fingers crossed that it'll work out. The bottom line is, by January, if things work out, PDC may solve our problem. Once that problem is solved, that removes the last barrier to our application to become the International Dark Sky Community, and we should get that, knock on wood, in the first quarter of next year. That's all the information I have on that. We'll keep the council informed on how we do.
Thank you very much for your efforts.
Mayor, I got a text that John Ransom had been waiting to make a public comment.
Okay.
Is it possible for him to have a public comment?
Yes, I was there, we'll go back. I'm not sure if he raised his hand or.
There, he's on now.
Thanks, guys. I'll keep it short. I would think the city would want to consent to the creation of the MUD, curiously, because if you don't, as outlined in the memo JT handed out, the developer can go get their own permit directly from T-Check and the city's lost control. I would probably ask the developer for an extension of the 90-day period as an opportunity to work out a really good framework for not only this MUD, but ones to come. It is a curious thing that if you don't consent, they can go get their own. And at that point, you know, land within the city's ETJ has got to proceed without the city's input, which would be a bad thing. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Frank.
Thank you.
Sorry about that.
No, it's all right. All right, so we are on presentation. We need Nick.
Nick going out.
So it would be item number 6, which is presentation updates from the Blanco River Water Reclamation Task Force.
Is he here?
Gordon.
Okay. All right.
Good evening.
Howdy.
You, can I give you this for the presentation?
Well,
Well, I can't do both. Oh, wait a second, let me see if I got it.
What's that what I did?
Let me see. Didn't open up the presentation. You didn't send it as a PowerPoint.
I sent a PDF, which could work if you want to just bring up a PDF, which is on your computer.
See what I can do.
You'll miss all my snazzy animations.
Uh, You could set it up on that if you want. You got your laptop?
I have a laptop, I have this, I have.
Let's do that, because you know what's gonna happen. Push buttons.
Open the office. Push the wrong one.
So just look at the HDMI on it.
Yeah.
I figured forward and make sure I'm on this
Well,
side. I think this is what I did before.
Yes.
I think it's the power is on.
We just
Oh,
Oh, the power was on?
yes, the green light's on.
And it has the one on
There we go.
Okay,
Oh, perfect, look at you.
Can y'all see that? Can you turn it a little more?
yeah, I think it's kind of good.
If you can, here, you get some help.
I just want to make it do easy, because we need water.
Top heavy.
There you go. I'll move back. You got it? Yeah, I'm good.
Yeah, I'll move on. I'll put my mark.
You go on over.
Here we go.
Or am I leaving my mask on to speak in, or just speak loudly?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So we're ready to go. Good evening, Mayor Potential City Council members. My name is Nick Dornack with the Meta Center for Water and the Environment, and I've been tasked with moderating the work of the Blanco Water Reclamation Task Force, which was established by the city back in September of this year. And I just want to say that it has been a wonderful experience to get to know the individuals on the task force. I think that our work has been productive, and I think that and the email I sent a little earlier this afternoon to the task force, probably more important now than when we started 3 months ago. There's been a lot of things that have happened in Blanco over the last few months, and all of these things are considerations that are very important for the city, and I really appreciate the opportunity this evening to give everyone an update on where we're at and some considerations as we move forward with this work. So, as the task force has 4 representatives from the city of Blanco and 4 nominated by Protect Our Blanco, and I was the designee for the Meta Center under our MOU with the city of Blanco to moderate this work. Our working mission is to implement a collaborative stakeholder effort to provide viable solutions for water and wastewater management to the city of Blanco that both support responsible growth and ensure the health of the Blanco group. I say that's our working mission.
that is, it's definitely, there's a potential for evolution there. But that's the consideration and the main goal that we're working under. The task force members, I wanted to recognize each of them individually because they are all giving their time, their effort, their dedication, research, texts, phone calls, emails. You know, this is work that we all have to be dedicated to, and it's a great group of individuals. Matt Lewis and Dita Devine, council members, Will and Ronnie from the city staff, John Ransom, Gabriel Gregerman, the co-owner of Real Animal, has been a tremendous asset, and then Joe and David Baker, Joe Day and David Baker, nominated by Protector Blanco, with just a wealth of knowledge on various components of water management, watershed management, financing. So all of these folks have come together to really make a group that represents a diverse set of interests and perspectives, but working all together toward a common goal. And I think this is really a democracy at its finest. We take it a little bit further than just your standard democracy as we strive for unanimous decisions among the group. But one of the first things that we wanted to do was put together a set of guiding principles. And right at the top is ensuring a healthy and productive Blanco River and developing economically viable solutions to avoid wastewater discharge into the Blanco River and underlying aquifers for consideration by the city of Blanco. Those top two, of course, are driving our decisions. I think that's what we're trying to do, is find something that's in the best interest of all of the stakeholders, the key being the city of Blanco. Conserve Blanco River flow by promoting one water development principles throughout the city of Blanco growth corridor. Respect and consider contributions from all task force members. Develop a shared understanding of facts prior to group decisions and or recommendations. And that is such a key that we can agree on the facts when we make decisions. That's, I think, without that component is when we see a lot of divisiveness and in our culture. So this is something that we really wanted to do as a group, and striving for unanimous consent is also a very important principle. I have a few key efforts highlighted here. We've completed 4 meetings to date since getting started toward late September. Adopted our guiding principles. We started off with a draft request for proposals for engineering study, which was really the charge that was given to this group by the city. And then that's taken some evolution. One of the key things that has evolved over the last couple of months in working with this group was developing a relationship with your engineer, Tom Turk, with Freeland Turk, and tapping into the information that he has, the resources that he has available, and developing an agreement to work with him as being the most efficient and valuable source of information for the task force and for the city, rather than hiring someone else, someone new that doesn't have all this information already. That did create a little bit of a slow walk with the funding agreement and how all that would get done, which we'll be discussing later this evening. But what we did decide to do was to divide our request for proposals, which included short-term analysis as well as long-term planning goals, divide them out into two different sets of tasks and allow Mr. Turk to work on the short-term set of tasks. And in this process, we were able to acquire $15,000 to reimburse the city. We couldn't contract with Mr. Turk outside. We wanted to keep it within the city. So that's why some of the back and forth with the university and the city and getting that funding agreement all squared away has taken this amount of time. But we did that under this master agreement we have in Hays County to do research on the Blanco River to get that money available at the Meadows Center. And we're currently working on securing funding and finalizing the phase 2 RFP, which will be some of the long-term work that needs to be done. And it certainly is valuable that things like these issues like the mud and the discharge permit amendment have come to light over the last few months, because those are going to be real critical components of both short-term and long-term goals of the task force that need to be considered that may not have been considered. So these are important occurrences. The tasks that we have in phase 1 with Mr. Turk that is on the agenda for tonight for consideration is looking at population growth and demand over the next 10 to 15 years and the anticipated water and sewer service needs. Evaluating the capacity of the current wastewater treatment plant and available lands for application of effluent to look at what needs we have in terms of investment in infrastructure to avoid discharge. Based on those findings, we need to look at cost estimates and capital infrastructure and operations and maintenance over that planning horizon, that 10 to 15 year planning horizon. And finally, evaluating the current permitting options to align with accurate population demand forecasts and no discharge feasibility. The second phase, which does not have to wait for phase 1 to complete to get started, is more of a long-term approach, looking at centralized development versus decentralized development versus possibly a 210 reuse type system with purple pipe as developments happen, or possibly again various reuse options that avoid discharge, and then finally assuring this pathway. So how do we get from what we are to where we need to be structurally, with the resources and staff to handle, what the development is going to be like, and how do we engage on this path? Is it ordinances? Is it agreements? Is it resolutions? Master plans? These kinds of things. So that's going to be critical as we finalize this phase 2 RFP. This is how it looks right now. I think after this meeting this evening, we're going to meet again with the task force, hopefully next Wednesday, and finalize this and get this out to a set of engineers. I expect that this phase 2 we'll be raising somewhere in the neighborhood of $25,000 to $50,000 to see a very extensive study. Additional considerations. These are some things that have come up over the course of our discussions with the task force over the course of the last several months with the city that I think the task force and the city need to continue to consider. When we first met and had some really great conversations with Will and Ronnie about the current wastewater plant, and it really seems like you're in good shape to have irrigable lands for the amount of effluent that we have in the very near future. There's a need for more storage capacity, and there's certainly a need to find more agreements. But that was something that we looked at as nothing major on the horizon when we first got started. Of course, you see that's not necessarily the case right now. The City of Blanco, your engineer, Mr. Turk, submits the permit application. I think one of the biggest things that folks that are watching this process play out saw was a reduction from 1.6 million gallons per day to 0.45 million gallons per day in that permit. Seeing that as a more right-sized permit. Again, how the Blanco Bud number 1 might play into that, I think is going to be really important to understand how all that might work and where that leaves you right now with your current permit application. And finally, the one concern with the application is that it really does not spell out stringent effluent limits in the application. Look, TCEQ has not responded to that yet, but there's nothing in the application that specifies, really protected nutrient limits or things like that. So that's something that we need to continue to look at. Something else that has come up, as you probably know at this point, the Travis County District Judge ruled in favor of Sycamore Springs on, and they were suing basically TCEQ over the Dripping Springs permit to discharge in Onion Creek. And this was the first time that a judge really ruled in favor of this and made this, what this has is policy implications on TCEQ's willingness and ability to grant discharge permits like the one that Blanco has. Whether Blanco discharges or not, it affects TCEQ's decision making. So this is something that is it's been appealed, and my understanding is that it may be heard on appeal at a district court or at a court in El Paso. So Austin was overloaded on the appeal, but we'll see where that goes. But all of this litigation that's playing out now is going to definitely affect Blanco's ability to get that permit and TCEQ's ability to grant new discharge permits anywhere in the state, particularly the Hill Country. So we're still, that's one of these things we're having to watch. The Blanco Mud #1 petition, of course, that was something else that we had that was not on our radar. It was, my understanding is it was not supported by P&Z, deferred or tabled last month by council, 385 acres, no land use plan, estimated cost of $4.2 million. With that, I just would offer that the task force, this is something that if we develop, or if the city develops a mud subcommittee, or would like the task force to look into this and provide some suggestions. We've already provided some guidance on MUDs. We've been kind of learning about this too, on the process, what the implications might be for the city. But just in terms of encouraging the city to do your due diligence and ensure that this, your decision making with the MUD is going to follow with your long-term plans in establishing this task force, which is getting ahead of development and making sure that you guys are setting this, what the future of Blanco is going to be looking like in a very proactive way, which you've already demonstrated tremendously by all of this work. That all these things, of course, is extending a timeline, and this is what I have on my last slide for today. Considerations for you would be to extend the MOU with Medic Center. That's no cost. It just ends at the end of this year, and it'd be wonderful to continue that MOU and work with you over another year. Approve the task order for Freeland Turk to engage in phase 1 engineering study. This may or may not, I'm not sure what you're able to do at council tonight. It is still in a draft form that I sent to Lori. Was that in the backup, Lori?
Yeah, it's in there.
It's in the backup. So the interlocal contracts to the university are not going to change, but it has to undergo this. They've been looking at it for 3 weeks. So I know that we have the city of Blanco set up as a vendor to pay you in our system. And so we have to get this signed. And what I was hoping the council might do with this one this evening would be to grant permission to sign upon final receipt of that final contract with Texas State University. Similar, it's not similar, it's exactly the same as we have with the city of San Marcos on some work that they're doing. Finally, continue to support the task force as we look into these original charges there and also new developments. It's so important to be able to have, I think, the resources that we bring, the network of information, the network of people and partnerships that can be created here, again, in a spirit of cooperation, in a spirit of building towards something better and building towards something that you have a vision for your community. And I think we're all on the same page there. But it's just, I think, a tremendous opportunity to have these people, this task force, the resources that we can bring to the city and work with you. This is really a historic approach to something like this that you just don't see every day. And I commend you for your leadership, for your cooperation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Barnett.
Any questions?
No questions at this time.
Questions at this
I
time?
question, I just like to really, express my gratitude to the whole task force. And especially to the Meadows for, finding the resources for us. They raised $15,000 to pay her to do these initial engineering studies. You know, that's not nothing. So I really, I just want to thank you for your work, Nick, and I look forward to continuing to be able to be part of this.
Okay. Thank you very much. Good luck in all of your work this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. Okay.
All right. Presentation, so, now we will go.
Well,
Should I stick around for any questions on the items 1 and 2 or not?
you might.
You can, yeah.
Should I do that? Is it pretty long?
No, it's not.
Okay, I'll get it.
Do you need Lonnie?
No, I'll go for it.
All right, so yeah, staff and, commission presentation as indicated, we start with, public works running, but he's not here, so Will's gonna speak for him as well as city hall.
So it'll be combined. So Ronnie's actually on the sewer plant right now. Apparently there's a fire and everything. So that's why he's not here. I think it's fairly good excuse not to be here.
Is that what all the smoke was from?
Yes.
I thought it was somebody burning.
Power relay. He didn't tell me for sure what it was. Yeah. So he's caught up with that. Water plant, I'll just touch on, they're supposed to come start some demo next week. Move the fence, start moving some stuff, doing some destruction of some of the tanks and things that we don't need there. Oh, okay, okay. So they're working through that part of it. Let's see, I put out a notice on Facebook that there'll be a tree, it's gonna be hazardous tree on Fifth Street, they'll Public Works be taken down in the morning behind, the bank. So basically the pecan to the drive-through at the bank's drive-through will still remain open. They're gonna close off that street, while they take down that tree tomorrow. It's one that's leaning pretty bad, should have, I think they've had it on it a few times over the years, as we would take it down. There's power lines and things involved in that as well. Did have a water billing issue that got a little out of hand last week. It was a problem with one of the routes, Route 3. Route 4 had 4 customers, and Route 2 had 2 customers. And I believe everyone has been resolved, and new bills were either sent out or people were contacted with the correct amounts of their bills. We basically took the, one person who wasn't even this crazy deal is a computer glitch with the RVS software, which is, again, something we're planning on upgrading next, starting in January. We meet with people in January and start getting through software. But one guy in particular, the water meter is off. He's not even there, but we're still charging 396,000 gallons of water. So that's how crazy it was. Well, but I thought we were going to be attacked with pitchforks here. Just tell me about it. And that this logo was out on that following Monday. This all started. So I threw Lori to the wolves. I was heading the back corner. But I believe it's all been rectified. There was one other person, we still have a few people that come in and say they heard that their water meters were overcharging everybody, and they all had to be replaced, and they're wrong, and so on. But that person, actually, their bill is correct. Most of them were correct. There was a select few that had really out of hand stuff. And because the coaches at the high school who were over there, they all contacted me personally, forced out the program, so I don't have to worry about retribution. Let's see. I think that is it for the 2. I don't think there's really any updates at City Hall right now, other than we are 24/7, really busy.
Okay. Well, can I ask that, we were discussing the Bluetooth or something for our next meeting.
For our next meeting, we can set up, and we'll find a way to do it. I'll have Bluetooth capability on my tablet or computer to be able to do that. Before we set up this system and ran those outside,
Yeah.
it wasn't anticipated we'd have this many people. And of course, we encourage everybody to do it through GoToMeeting.
Right, but if somebody wants to come, they need to be able to, but, and if they want to stand before us and speak, but we just don't need everyone in. We don't need to be up to 20 like we were a little while ago.
Don't disagree with you. I just wasn't prepared for having that many people outside.
All right, well, but I'm just asking to see if we can get it fixed by the next meeting.
At the very least, we'll have these speakers here hooked up, and everything connected, and hopefully I won't get feedback through the other system.
All right, thanks.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
No, sir.
And we'll go with the police chief, Mr. Rubin.
Here, council packet under the staff tab, you have these reports. The format that I showed for you last month, I hope that y'all like that format. For the numbers that are in there, I guess we did have that one opening on the police department. We're receiving applications, and we're going to start reviewing applications tomorrow and try to start interviewing some people within the next week or so.
Okay. And I like the report. I mean, I think that's going to be very helpful because, I was working off of per capita or square miles and all this other, and this correlates back to what you were talking about. So I thank you for that.
We added to it at the bottom line, the city tried to where the time that around the city having to be in jail and doesn't account for 4 minutes stuff. That's just part of the normal patrol day at the time that we're at the city. So I think we'll that'll help achieve the numbers that you were looking for.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Chief.
All right, man. Next on the agenda is item number 4, which is Blanco Historic Preservation Commission, Ms. Carson Sorrell.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I'm Roxanne Sorrell, and I'm the Chairman of the Blanco Historic Preservation Commission. I'm here to give you a brief update on our recent activities and plans for the new year. First, I'm pleased to tell you that we have 6 commissioners now. For several months, we only had 4, which made it difficult to have a quorum if anybody had conflict during one of our scheduled meetings. As for what we're doing right now, we're currently working to finalize the artwork for a Welcome to Historic Blanco Gateway sign. This is all in our budget, and it's something that the commission has been working on for a while. This will greet people as they're coming into town off 1623, coming in on 4th Street. As they enter the high school, and we're still finalizing the artwork. We're going back and forth with our graphic artist on that. Richard Stanford's working on that project. As far as the historic district goes, we're planning to restart work on the Streetscapes project, which is an initiative to beautify the square and make it more pedestrian friendly. This was an effort that was started roughly a decade ago, and it's in collaboration with Keep Blanco Beautiful. Our advisor, Retta Martin, is the lead on this project, and she is here to answer questions, and she's later in the agenda. As far as future work goes, at the beginning of the new year, our historic preservation officer, Rudy Nino, wants to form a task force to survey the buildings and properties in the historic district to ensure that they conform to the city's development code and our historic district guidelines. Regarding historic district guidelines, we do plan to work on updates to Chapter 4, Section 11 of our development code to include more specific design guidelines. Sometimes there's a question about what is historically appropriate or period appropriate to some of the things that are being done in the square. And we want to make sure that our property owners
know what they're allowed to do and make it clear. So it is my goal to start the new year by planning a grant application schedule. Funding opportunities are available throughout the year. We just need to make sure that we're giving ourselves enough time to prepare our applications. Sometimes things sneak up on us, and when we have these things on a calendar, it'll be a lot easier to allocate our time resources specifically. So programs to improve the historic district and to promote Blanco and share its history, to update surveys and the records of our local historic assets and resources will be a priority when we're looking at what we're going to do and what we're going to apply for over the next year. So we, as a commission, are looking forward to the new year. It's going to be great to have a full commission once again, to get more resources and knowledge and experience to work on all of this as we go forward. So thank you for your time. I can answer any questions that you have.
No, we're good. Thank you for the work.
I would add to that once they get the final cost and everything established for the gateway site, that'll be something that the request for funding will come before council at that point.
I believe that we only have money in the budget for the one that we know that we're able to complete right now, because there were other proposed sites that might not work out, so we didn't want to ask for money that we couldn't spend.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And one question, the commission is involved in physical, areas of the city preserving historic buildings, et cetera. Is there anything in the commission where there's an actual history kept of what's happening day by day? For example, with our newspaper, collection of things that are, the reason I asked, I think with our newspaper, we lost our editor. The newspaper is being edited out of state. And I think it has lost a lot of its historic preservation. And I don't know what to do about that. I think our newspaper has kind of deteriorated lately. And I don't know, and it seems like that's kind of a history of the area.
I'm reading Nino puts a lot of articles in there.
Yes, the Historic Preservation Officer did, that is occasionally published article in a local paper, and I know that the writers are still local, so if your request would be to maintain an archive of the newspapers, and that certainly makes sense. Well, you have to say the library.
Well, Rachel Lumpany's listening right now. I know she's going to be writing in the summary of it, but so anything you want to be said about the historical commission, you can put down. Thank you for the historical commission, maybe have a little more input into the local paper, so it gets a little bit more promotion of historic Blanco.
But we do have an archivist, historian.
I think I put more, he would write what we would like for him, right?
Right. Well, and there's what we're contributing to the paper versus archiving what's going on. We can certainly maintain archives of the paper, and we can do that in conjunction with the local library, because I know that they have a genealogy history room there that has been a pretty valuable resource to a lot of people that are doing research about what's happened there.
Thank you.
All right, thank you for your efforts.
All right, that concludes, consent. Oh, now we need to go to consent agenda, sorry. We have, item number one item on there, which is the approval of minutes from the November 10th, 2020 meeting. In your packet, we have. Oh, minutes. Yeah.
I make a motion that we approve the minutes the way as submitted.
We have a motion from Mr. Smith to approve the minutes. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second from Mr. Lewis. Any discussion? Not all in favor? Opposed? Like it passed. All righty. We will go into old business. We've already taken care of item number 1, and we will go to item number 2, which is discuss and consider action on burning procedure ordinance 2020-0.
Yeah, so we make the modification, the specific modification to the second page, section 2.01.003, and exemptions, and number 4 spells out small control and containment hours for food and personal belongings. To be included in the exemptions. I think that while we talked around some other things, I think at the end of the day, that was the only one that was really outstanding.
Right, I think, I've looked over it well. It looks like we've addressed everything that I can remember we asked you to address. And so, you ready? Okay, I make a motion that we approve the ordinance number 2020, and then we're gonna have some numbers XXX regarding the outdoor burning rules and regulations ordinance.
I'm sorry, I didn't have small report number.
So.
It's 14.
2020-14?
It'd be 2020-0-014.
Okay. Okay, then I'll revise it to read, to approve ordinance number 2020-0-014.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Second from Mr. Lewis. Any discussion? If not, all in favor? All opposed? Oh, just one. Favor? No, I'm in favor. Okay.
I still have a question about all of this, or that it says all fires are prohibited, but then I guess the exceptions.
The exceptions is what allows it to, all fires except those exceptions.
Okay.
I mean, you can still call and you can still schedule and get permission to make a fire,
I guess we'll,
as it always been.
never mind, I'm sorry.
All righty, now we will go to item number 3, which is discuss and consider action.
Just say one other,
Wait on the,
well, yeah, it's back at the burn thing, and I just noticed, and maybe it's not an issue, I just want to clarify for myself. Because under the rules and regulations, where it says open fire will only be allowed between the hours.
Sunrise and sunset,
Yeah, sunrise and sunset,
that's pertaining to brush burning, that's not pertaining to personal warmth.
Personal warmth and cooking is not restricted.
And that's already, that's directly from the county rules anyway, we're already under.
okay, so, keep that in
I'm actually filing underneath, though.
I don't want the man coming down on me for roasting marshmallows after dark.
I'll be watching, man, I know where you live, I'll be watching.
all righty, we will go to item number 3, which is discuss and consider action on resolution granting consent to the creation of Plainfield County Municipal Utility District number 1. So I think we're moving to the presentation.
Council, I'm going to give you hard copies of the little PowerPoint I put together.
We'll trip over the water.
Or I'll give you one.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
You want to pass one down for-
Yeah, you'll throw one on.
I'll put it on there today.
So before I go into the PowerPoint, I want to briefly address some of the comments that we heard in public comments, because this is a particular area of the law that is sometimes not well understood by lawyers. And certainly, I wouldn't expect members of the public to have a super keen understanding of Chapter 54 of the water code. It's not something everyone carries around in their hip pocket. So some of the statements that I heard during public comment were misunderstandings or misstatements of what the law says. And so I want to try and give everyone a little primer on, the requirements of creating a MUD and what authority the city has. One of the questions that came to me already was with regard to this going before P&Z first, and whether or not P&Z's recommendation to deny had any legal effect. And the short answer is no. And the reason is because the process for creating and city's consent to a MUD is set out in the water code by statute. You are a general law city. And so you only have the authority and the powers that are granted to you under the local government code. Under the water code specifically says that the entity that may give or withhold consent is the governing body. In that case, it's the city. So you don't have the authority or ability to legally grant any kind of binding authority. There's nothing wrong with sending it to P&Z, but all P&Z could do would be to make a non-binding recommendation.
Okay, I have one quick question for you.
Yes.
If we had a zoning application, and it went to P&Z and they denied it and it came to us and we were to vote on it, at that point it requires a supermajority.
Yes.
Does that supermajority requirement fall upon us now again with this?
It does not.
Okay, thank you.
And the reason it does not is because your UDC provides for, and state law provides for, the zoning process.
Right.
And zoning questions to go to P&Z. The water code does not have a similar provision, and your UDC doesn't have a similar provision. And so you don't have the authority.
Okay, you've answered my question. That's
Okay. All right. So I'm going to go to the first slide. So we're going to talk first about Chapter 54, and there is a pretty picture. Yeah, that was the first one that popped up when I went to PowerPoint. So I hope it is very water. Yeah.
Maybe it was during the flood.
Yeah, no. It doesn't have anything to do with it. I'll wait to see if we can get to it. We need to get to the presentation mode. On the next slide. Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, that's good enough.
And we have hard copies anyway, so.
That would be it. And this is, so hopefully the members of the public.
This is going out on.
Can see this and follow along if they're following online. So Chapter 54 is what governs the creation of MUD. It must be created in two ways. It can be created either through the TCEQ or through an act of the legislature. And so we have a legislative session coming up. I expect to see a number of these similar kinds of political subdivisions created at this upcoming legislative session. Whether or not, I don't know whether or not this one's been submitted to, one of the reps who would be either your state rep or your state senator, but that is another option that we could have. And so, okay, so the next slide. We're gonna talk about mud creation by petition because that's what we have here. And so, chapter 54 provides for the developer or property owner, they must petition. And I'm going to give you all a very brief lesson in statutory interpretation. Okay, in statute, when there is the word shall in there, that the procedure must be undertaken. When it says may, that leaves discretion with the body. Okay, so that's statutory interpretation 101. It's the most important thing we need to remember. So, but when the same provision uses a shall and a may, or includes an exception, that's when you have to start putting all of these pieces together to understand what the actual requirements are. And so, chapter 54 is a really good example of a statute that starts out by saying that a developer or a petitioner shall go and attempt to obtain consent. Okay, but withholding that consent, that's the key. So they must come and ask for consent if they are going to be within your ETJ or your city limits. Okay, and as we know, a significant portion of the mud that's on the petition here will be in your ETJ. Now, the question came up about the information that you can obtain and the conditions that you can place on it. The conditions that you can place on consent are statutorily set forth in the code. And you only have the authority to place the conditions that are in the code. You don't have the authority to place additional conditions that aren't in chapter 54. So if it's not in chapter 54, I mean, you can come to an agreement and you can act nicely. But in terms of requiring it as a condition for consent, you're limited to what the statute provides. And so permissible conditions include: you can ask that facilities be constructed to city specifications. You can ask for the right to inspect these facilities, and these are water and wastewater facilities. You can put restrictions on the terms and provisions of bonds to help pay for these, and you can place limits on the purposes for which those bonds can be issued. And all of that's laid out in the Water Code, chapter 54. And those are the only conditions that you can place on an agreement to consent to the bond. Okay? So, next slide, please. So let's say you give either an open-ended consent, an unconditional consent, or you give a conditional consent. Either one. You say, okay, that's great. What that means is that then allows the applicant, the petitioner, to then go to TCEQ immediately. Okay? That's what that allows. And I'll talk about the importance of that in a second. But let's say you decide, council tonight, to not give consent. What happens if you don't give consent? Well, if the city fails or refuses to grant permission for inclusion of land within the ETJ, which is what's being asked for here, within 90 days of that denial, the developer can submit a second petition to the city and say, hey, okay, you're not going to let us do this, so provide us available water and sanitary sewer service to be provided. Okay? That's the next step. Thanks for that. And if the city and the landowners fail to come to a mutual agreement, that requires within 120 days, the failure to come to that agreement and the failure for you to provide them the services that they've requested, that constitutes an authorization for them to include the land in ETJ within their mud. Okay? So your lack of consent doesn't mean it doesn't happen. Your lack of consent just expands this time frame before they go to TCEQ a little bit. 90 days plus 120 days. That's all your lack of consent does. Okay? Instead of getting to go to TCEQ immediately, they've got to go through 2 more steps before they go to TCEQ.
Okay, I want to ask you another question. Okay. Define available for available water for sanitary. What does available mean?
Which.
Okay, may petition the city to make available to them water and sewer, or is it to, okay,
Available to what they say that their needs are. Okay? Now, you don't have to come to an agreement.
right, okay,
They can come in and they can say, all right, we're gonna develop with 900 LUEs, living unit equivalents. You all know what that is. Okay, so we're gonna develop with 900 LUEs, and we're gonna need X number of gallons of water per day for that, and we're gonna need so much capacity in the sewer. And you go, we don't have. You're not obligated to do it. But then if you don't do it, then you don't come to that agreement and meet what they say that their needs are for this development, then that again constitutes an authorization for them to go to ECQ and say, okay, this mud gets to come into the ETJ. So while you're not obligated to meet their needs, if you don't meet what their needs are, you can't come to an agreement, that constitutes, okay, they need to go to TCQ and ask. And so let's go to the next slide, please. Okay, so one important thing to remember is in terms of controlling your ability, in terms of your ability to control development, all right? The ability to create a mud without city consent. You say no consent. That portion of the mud can only go into your ETJ, all right? Without consent, they can't come into city limits, okay? So that is an area where you say, okay, no consent, not within city limits, okay? You're maintaining the provider within your own city. That's it. That's all the lack of consent guarantees. If the city refuses, well, I've already said that. So if you refuse to give consent, then they go to PCQ. Now here's an important part, okay? I want you all to understand it, is that the water code is not designed to prohibit, to prohibit the creation of these muds. I want you to look at the last portion here on this 54.016D. And this is where we talk about shall and may. The TCEQ shall allow the creation of a mud upon a finding that the city does not have the reasonable ability to serve. Back to your question, Mr. Smith.
yes,
Or if the city and the applicant have failed to enter into a legally binding commitment to provide water and wastewater service adequate for the development. So they say, we got 900 LUEs, we need that much water, we need that much sewer capacity. You say, we don't have it. You don't have it, right? So what that means is that then they go to TCEQ. And to answer the question about, well, how do we stop this, or, TCEQ shall allow the creation. So they need to go and say, hey, city couldn't provide, city either couldn't or wouldn't meet our needs. You have to let us create this mud. And according to this provision of statute, the TCEQ shall allow for the creation. So, next slide. Now, here's some additional things to consider. Once that mud, once TCEQ goes, okay, thumbs up for it. No, from what's going on with your wastewater treatment applications, permit application. If there are interested parties who object to the creation of the mud, then you may challenge that, and it goes through a seller hearing, and you have a contested case here, okay? And so if that occurs, and if that contested case hearing doesn't go your way, and you decide we're going to appeal this to district court, and that appeal to district court, to have the district court review that TCEQ decision, it goes along over 120 days. Well, then the court may award attorney's fees, so they're to the prevailing party. So there's some downside, potential downside to challenging it for both sides. Okay, so just be aware of that, because those, as you may be aware, those contested case hearings can be time-consuming and costly. So next slide. So, and here, there are a couple of provisions of chapter, of section 42042 of the Texas Local Government Code, which also governs the creation of these. And there's a couple of provisions in here that mirror the water code, but they also have a little additional language. So, the city's consent to the creation is only an authorization to initiate proceedings. So that's what I want everyone who's listening to understand. If you consent, all you're consenting to at this point is for them to initiate the proceedings and not have to wait the 90 days and not have to wait the 120 days. That's what the consent does. That's all it does. The conditions that you place on her, legally, they're not required as part of the condition of consent to give the kind of detailed information at this time that some residents were asking. They may have this, and they may decide to share it with us. But we can't make that a binding condition of our consent. And frankly, if they don't have it at this point, to the detail that some of the residents said that they wanted, that wouldn't shock me. And the reason that wouldn't shock me is because that's the kind of information, yeah. But I want everyone to understand there's a limit on what we can ask for at this stage in response. And so failure or refusal, everybody's getting ready. Failure or refusal to consent does not mean the mud is not created. So everyone needs to understand is if you don't, if you refuse to give consent, that doesn't mean they go away. It just means you are not part of the process for determining like all of those conditions. If you don't give consent or place conditions, then you can't make a condition in your consent say that this has to meet city standards, and hey, we need to inspect, and hey, there are limits on your bonding authority. And without consent, if you've got another political subdivision that is issuing bonds and doing all this stuff right around your border, then you've got no say. It's a separate legal entity, a separate political
Well,
subdivision.
you lost me there.
Okay?
Let's go back to. Where's the morning? But where is the,
Item 4 talks about the water code.
yeah, where, where's the, we just saw it. The page that shows what the conditions are that we can place.
Oh, okay. So
That's what I'm.
I think it's the third thing that they.
permissible conditions, okay?
So this says that we can place conditions on the consent.
We can. And 54.016, I think D, I think I forgot to put the D on that, but I think it's 54.016D, lays out, these are the conditions that you can place.
Okay.
And so I just summarized them here at the bottom of the page. And so it's not every single one, and I didn't copy down exactly, but generally speaking, the conditions that you can place on your consent include that the facilities that they're constructing in the mud for water and wastewater are constructed to city specifications. And that's a really hugely important consideration. Okay? And so if you don't have that, then here's what happens, because I've dealt with this a lot. What happens is, and you all know this, with Rocky Texas, right? Is that those facilities don't get constructed to a standard that even if they ask to be, if you wanted to annex them, it's not compatible with, nor does it meet the standards of your system within the city.
Okay, so this said we can put conditions on the consent,
Correct.
and yet the consent that they're asking for has no conditions on it.
Well, that's what they're asking.
They're asking for unconditional consent.
Correct. That,
No authority and the ability to put conditions on the consent.
Certainly.
Before we-
yes.
So,
Yeah, and those are laid out in the,
and why would we not want to have those conditions on the consent?
I can't think of a good reason. If you're gonna,
So you're saying that we should have conditions on the consent before we get consent?
100%.
It's the exhibit D in the resolution.
Yeah.
But we have to consent. If we do not consent, then we can't put any conditions.
Correct.
But we're allowed to put the conditions on the consent.
Correct.
In fact, the TECQ website says in their guidelines for the application process to create a MUD, that the consent must substantially, I can't remember the exact wording, but it must be aligned with what the consent was that we gave. So if there's no variation in the consent being given, if consent is always this unconditional, open-ended thing, why would the TCEQ have specifications to say that, no, adhere to the specific consent that we gave? So we put the conditions on the consent before we approve the consent.
Well, it's all part of the same thing. So the resolution that you would pass, if you're going to consent, then the resolution that you would pass would be the same document. It would just have, you know, I don't have the resolution in front of me.
Exhibit D.
Right, but we hereby consent and impose the following conditions. And you literally, you copy and paste those conditions, all of the conditions that are set forth in that section of the water code. Subject to these conditions, we consent.
Now, that's only as it applies in chapter 54. You can't kind of say, well, we want a merry-go-round, that's something you did with allowable for the not listed in chapter.
Right, you are.
No, I'm just saying, clarifying for the map.
Right.
So that's what, that's what I want everyone to understand, is because you have some citizens come in here and understandably ask for, we want to see plans, we want to see development plans, we want to see, you know, I get it, and I understand this, and there will be a time for that. But
So-
this stage, that's premature at this stage, and we don't have the authority to require.
Okay, well, let me just tell you what Daniel Finnegan at TCEQ told me when I called her and asked to clarify this for me, because, you know, I read the application form and I saw this specification that they must conform basically to what our consent was. I said, you know, am I missing something? Can you explain this to me? Here's my understanding. He said, no, they should be, the term was they should be providing you engineering details and anything else that they have that they are planning to submit to TCEQ.
Yes.
You should see that now before consent.
You should.
It's also my understanding that if we consent unconditionally, we can all go back to TCEQ and contest whatever they decide to do.
You're consented.
We have consented open-endedly with no conditions, and so when they come in and do whatever they want to do, we have no right to contest that TCEQ, which we can contest it if they.
And I certainly agree with the proposition that if you are consent, it's going to come with conditions. And by the way, even though it's not statutorily required, if we're going to partner, as I heard that was the phrasing that was used last time. The city and its must would be a partner moving forward. So if you're going to partner with us, then you do need to provide us all of the information that you're going to provide to TCEQ in order to get TCEQ approval.
Yes.
Because TCEQ approval requires, TCEQ approval requires all of this information to be provided. Engineering, all of those things to be provided. Now, it may not require, it may not require I don't remember if it requires something like a concept plan. Because the TCEQ doesn't
Oh,
like.
it does.
Well, concept plan is a very specific thing. So what TCEQ cares about is not how specific track is going to be used. The TCEQ doesn't care about that. TCEQ cares about whether or not the facilities and are going to be able to meet the needs of whatever that is. And so if you're going to have a 900 LUE, whether those 900 LUEs are 900 individual
Right.
single-family homes, or it's 500 LUEs devoted to single family and 100 devoted to multifamily and the remainder devoted to commercial, that, you know, that part, they don't get into that kind of land use development oversight. That's not what TCEQ does.
Right.
So, but in terms of seeing as much of that information that they're gonna need to show TCEQ to get approval, yes, you should see it.
I should see what they have.
So clarify,
Yes,
does that mean we should see all that before we do a consent, or we should make that a condition before we send the condition of the consent prior to being submitted to TCEQ?
well, if the consent is conditional, and for example, that they're gonna have to show, the facilities and the right to inspect and everything, the restrictions on terms of bonds and everything like that, then if my view is that we are legally limited on the things that we can require and put forth in the resolution, right? But as a practical matter, if they're going to be asking for you to consent to this, is going to be a partnership, then we need to see everything that they have, that they will be presenting. And you don't get to this point as a developer, ready to come and ask for consent for the creation of a political subdivision, if you've not done extensive engineering and cost analysis, and you know what you're going to put out there, because if you can't make money on it, you're not developing. And so I think it is entirely reasonable to see all of that stuff.
Yeah.
Prior to consent.
Prior to consent.
Just clarify.
Yes, I think it's fine to see prior. I just say that the resolution itself, what the language of the resolution is limited to what the water code says, right? But the conditions. But you want to see engineering, you want to see, what is it?
Yeah.
You know,
You want to know what we're consenting to.
I think that's fine. And whether or not the information that they have at this point is sufficient to satisfy you, I haven't seen it. I don't know.
Right.
You have to see it.
So, okay, I'm looking back at the motion where we tabled this last month, and it said, and we will be requesting some additional information from Mark Sparrow through our attorney to be reviewed prior to the next meeting, and this didn't happen.
I have not been providing the engineering.
Well, I mean, apparently we haven't requested it.
I have not spoken with Mark Sparrow. I understand that there was a meeting. I tried to call in and I couldn't. We had technical issues. Well, I'm not sure what else we provide.
Nothing really, no more extensive, some stuff we talked about, not to the extent that probably is going to be satisfying at this point.
So there was the meeting that occurred at, I guess, what, City Hall?
Right here.
Okay, so I would have expected more information to be provided. I mean, that was the whole point of the meeting. And so I'm not sure what else. I mean, everyone knew why this was taken.
Right.
So, but we haven't seen it yet. Now, the time limit to provide consent has not expired. So you are still not under a requirement to give your consent tonight.
Well, I understand that.
But it's up to the provider. I mean, they know what we want. I think that was made clear at the last meeting. Clear to me.
Didn't make it clear.
Well, okay.
We'll be more specific.
Yeah, we'll be more specific.
We'll request the list and read it up with the meeting. Okay. So that's the situation that you have.
Okay, so how do we go forward and get this information we want? I mean, the available information, how do we get that and have time to ingest it and then come back within their 90-day time period?
Well, the 90 days runs
Early January.
Early January. So, we've got the problem, I mean, that's still far enough away for, review. The problem is we've got holidays coming up. And so,
I can't change that, so.
So, you know, it's up to the, I mean, if you can, you know, if I, as the petitioner, you can withdraw my petition and resubmit my petition that starts that 90-day time frame. What we can't do, as I read the statute, is that we can't agree to extend that 90 days. So that's not provided for in the statute. So the way you get around that, you withdraw your petition and you resubmit it again. And that starts the 90 days.
Well, if they're willing to do that.
If they're willing to do it, well, if they want consent. Council made it clear that they wanted more information last time. I mean,
Okay.
I don't want to.
Well, that was a month ago, and we're still sitting here saying we want more information.
I think that's what everyone has said. And so, you know, the specific, I don't know how to provide the list of everything we want. We want what's going to be presented to TCEQ. That's what we want. And it's in this final form as it's going to be. Because everything TCEQ needs, in order for TCEQ to make a decision, that's what we want. So whatever, you know, I mean, they know what that is, and are opting, because it's got to go to TCEQ, and TCEQ needs certain information in order to be able to approve it.
Well, is the application that we have now deficient because it doesn't have this information? Or if we request this information, at that point, is the application deficient in any way?
The application to TCEQ?
No, to us.
No, all that's required is the statute just requires a petition to create the governmental entity of MUD. And so really, all that's statutorily required for a petition to say is, you know, you've got to meet the numerical requirements, and you got to say, okay, we're going to be in your ETJ, and, you know, we hereby petition you, city council, to, you know, agree. That's, I mean, the petition itself is not really particularly informative.
Okay.
It doesn't contain any information.
If we do a better job of requesting this information now,
Yes.
and they do not respond, are they obligated to respond to us when we ask for this information?
Well, I mean, not legally. If they want our consent, they will.
Okay.
I mean, it's got to be informed, you know, it's informed consent. I mean, that's not what the statute says. If you're going to give it,
Well, I mean, if the word partnership's in there, then you would assume you could get it.
That's what I'm. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd like to specifically see information about bond issuance. And, you know, can you go over that with me again?
Yeah,
What the, not being able to find the pay to look at
So it's the third, if you start at the very one with the picture, number 3. Number 3.
You know, and you can correct me if I'm wrong.
Martin, you want to take this executive
I think
session?
there's speculation that,
Can we break and go to executive session?
City.
Yeah, let's do that.
We'll give them a chance to see what they would withdraw, and
Yeah, well, let's see what they say. Yeah,
I mean, give them
I'm gonna wait until there's.
okay.
So, Mr. Sparrow, would you be against withdrawing and resubmitting to extend the 90 days if we do have the holidays coming up? Or do you think we can get all the information we need and all that before the January deadline?
I'm not interested in extending the 90 days.
Any resubmitting,
And resubmitting.
withdrawing this and resubmitting.
I'm not willing to do that.
Okay.
I am willing to work with city staff and city council on providing documents that we would provide to TCEQ to the extent that we have prepared. But I can assure you right now that not a lot of the items that TCEQ is requesting, because we haven't gone to that process yet, we haven't prepared yet. But when they are prepared, I am willing to share them with city council and city staff.
So, I guess what you're saying is if in the instance we were to grant conditional consent, you would continue to work with us and bring those documents forward before you actually submit to TCEQ? Is that what I'm hearing
Well,
here?
at that point, we've already given consent.
Or concurrent when I'm submitting to TCQ.
So if it's provisional consent, and we're saying we require this information for the consent,
I would like to look at this
That's what I was trying to figure out.
prior to voting on this, and I'll make myself available to look at it. When could you possibly get that to us?
It's an exhaustive process to get the engineer's report together, as well as the legal.
I mean, we asked for it a month ago.
I received nothing from.
It's in the minutes.
With respect to the list.
I'm sorry, but we did, vocally ask. I
I
asked.
mean, it's in my minutes from the last meeting, but that, whether it got to you, I understand that. I mean, it doesn't really count. So, but, okay. So when could you have it to us?
I think we need clarification on what is that.
I want to see everything that you've got available that would be going to the TCEQ at this time. So, no, if it's not prepared, it doesn't exist. But anything that you do have, how long would it take you to get that to us?
Probably less than a week.
So a week?
Yeah.
Okay.
And you're saying you don't have time to get engineering details to us?
Not if you're asking them to me to provide what the TCQ requires in the engineering report. I have very preliminary engineering studies. I can
Okay.
add anything that would be required by TCQ to include in their engineering report.
Okay. So you could have it to us at, okay, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, but you're not willing to withdraw this consent to give yourself some more time to get us the documentation we want?
No.
Make a pretty good partnership. Okay, so we'll expect it on the 14th, is that correct? Of December?
I'll do my best to get you.
So, Brad, could you just go over with us, let's say, I think we've gone over, a lot of what we can and can't ask for consent. Let's say we deny the consent. And then they have the option then to ask us 20 days to say, yes, we will provide you with wastewater or water. We have another 20 days.
90.
Huh?
90.
Oh, we have 9, I'm sorry.
Okay.
So let's say they decide to create their mud without our consent. Can we walk through that a little bit?
Yeah, yes, ma'am. So,
Go ahead.
yeah, so if let's say that the council votes tonight, we do not. Let's say that. If that is the case, then 90 days, within 90 days from today's denial, okay, they can come back, that's on the next page. Within 90 days of today's denial, they can submit another petition, okay, to the city that says, please make available water or sanitary sewer service to be provided to the mud, okay? Basically your whole thing, okay? Or, whatever agreement, it doesn't have to be a wholesale, but whatever agreement it is.
Not a must.
Well, they make a petition to the city, they don't have to petition the city, or they can petition the city, okay? And then if, the way that this usually works in practice, because I discussed this at length with my partner, Art, I've got a certain level of familiarity with this, but Art is the water law expert. He's one of the foremost water law experts in the state of Texas. And this is all, he also is the city attorney, but this is primarily what he does. And so his view was that sometimes cities give consent and sometimes they don't. And when cities do not give consent, it is his experience, having done this for 26 years, that developers tend to just wait out the clock, these timeframes that are set forth in the water code, and go to PCQ and have to have a mud creek. That's here.
So let's say, so let me back up just a little bit. So in that 90 days, they come back and they ask for a petition for us to provide wastewater or whatever. At that point, do we have any say? Do we have any negotiation ability? Do we have any leverage to say, we're willing to provide wastewater for 300 units, but we're not willing to provide wastewater for 900?
You have the ability to negotiate, but since it's a consensual, it's a contract negotiation.
Right.
And so both parties have to agree to its terms.
Right.
So you can throw out whatever terms you want.
Right.
But both parties would have to agree to it for it to come by.
I understand. So, but we would have the opportunity at that point to then,
You would. But I'm gonna step into the shoes of the developer. If this development is only viable, if I take 9, I'm just using this number.
Right.
If this development is only economically viable and profitable to me, if I get 900 LUEs.
Yes.
And the city comes to me and says, well, we'll give you 300 LUEs. Great, good. Doesn't do me any good.
Right.
Right? So that's not necessarily leverage. It's a negotiation.
Yeah.
But it's not leverage because they're making the determination that that's what they need. So here's what happens.
Okay.
And this is the part where, everyone needs to understand is that when cities don't consent, you don't have to consent. But one of the downsides to not consenting is that you can become boxed in. When you have, cities grow, right? And if you're ever going to get to 5,000, and you're going to want to try and be home rule, and you're going to expand your own water and wastewater services beyond your current boundaries, if you're surrounded by mud, you can't do that. Okay? So that is one downside to not consenting and having to be surrounded. This happens in Texas City.
Yes, just to add, if you're surrounded by mud, you got all your infrastructure being used through broadband with no taxation, no funding whatsoever to help support the streets, sales tax, all that.
Now, and remember, this last legislative session, or the last, involuntary annexation got taken away. So you can no longer, now, there are limits, and when you were trying to annex and take over, there were federally funded facilities are federally loaned back federal loans. And then there were limits in federal law to what you could take over and everything, and that's going to be evolving here in the law that my partner Michael Campbell for various cities, Elegant and others around here. That's an evolving area of law, but suffice to say that because involuntary annexation is no longer in your tool bag, it's considered, right? So that is something that you need to think about. If you have a mud sitting next door that is not built to city specification, then you're never going to get that tax revenue of any kind. You're not getting utility revenue of any kind. And here's the other thing. Here's one of the comments from the public that was spot on. What's going to happen? We talked about wastewater treatment plant issues, and I know how important that is to you. Oops, sorry. Oh, gosh. I know how important that is. Okay. And maintaining, the pristine nature of the Blanco River and not having excessive or any discharge, or at least excessive discharge. Okay. Well, the developer's going to come in, they're going to clean the mud, and you're not going to agree with them. You're not going to provide those services. You're not going to give up some, use and get revenue from your water availability or your wastewater capacity. What happens? They dip their straw in the aquifer, and you're competing for that groundwater. One, and number two, they've got to have sewer treatment capacity too.
Right.
And so then you get these small package plants that are not built to the same standards and specifications that your wastewater treatment plant has been built.
So my understanding also, let's just say they're going to create their mud without us. we said no, they've come back, we said we want 3 days, that we can't do it, we need 9, so we're gonna just do it ourselves. So then they have to go to TCEQ and apply,
Just like we are.
just like that, they apply to TCEQ. And, you know, talk to me about this. One of the things that I think that they have to prove is that there's not going to be substantial drawdown in the groundwater to be able to get that permit to dip their straw in and, you know, water their golf courses from the aquifer. So they have to prove that they're not going to substantially draw down our groundwater.
Among other things, yes.
Among other things, what are the other things? That's
Well,
the thing I remember.
Well, there's drawdown, there's, water quality standards that have to be met. There's,
Runoff.
clean water.
Runoff is a big issue when we have a river.
And, the Clean Water Act has indications as well. So there's a whole, there's a whole list of things, right?
There's a whole
You have
list of
to
things.
apply.
It's not like they just get to go, oh, well, if you don't want to give us consent, we're just going to create a mud anyway. There's a lot of hoops they have to jump through
In order,
to get the permit for the mud.
in order to turn on the water, yeah. I mean, ultimately, in order to turn
I
on
want
the
to
water,
on the water, which is really the issue.
there's a lot for them to have to do there.
So it really, you know, negotiating in good faith is in their best interest because that's a lot for them to do.
It could be, but bear in mind, I mean, there are a lot of developments around Texas that are muds it is not uncommon at all for muds or other similar types of things, to be created and to have their own, their own water supply, and their own package plant, low quality type wastewater treatment, okay?
In the
That's not
moment,
unusual.
and
Yes,
And
it's not unusual.
they have more, other than doing the well, they have other options that are water as well.
what are those options in our case?
Well, are there any other water providers?
Canyon Lakes right down the road,
And what's Canyon Lake, how's that going with Canyon Lake right now? They wanted to double our rates or something if we sold our
we would,
lease
it
to
would
them.
have nothing to do with us.
I understand, I'm just saying, that Canyon Lake, they're gonna be paying
No,
premium price for their water from Canyon Lake.
here's the developer, they aren't buying the water. Even they who's buying the water, the customer.
Yeah.
And so those costs are gonna get passed on to the customer in their rates.
Uh-huh.
So the developer then, I mean, if I'm a developer,
You don't care.
the rates are gonna be paid by the end user, we're all good what those rates are. I mean, yeah, we would like this to be competitive, so I can say, well, but when I'm out there selling homes,
Well, what
I'm
about,
gonna say no city taxes.
okay, but what about their infrastructure, that they have to build in Canyon Lake?
Well, there's all that goes into the economics, and I don't, how heavy it is.
Miles away, it's not, yeah, it's gonna be done, but it's 4 miles away, it's not hard to do. The other option would be Rock and J's water well, they've got it right there, they just strike a deal with that, just expand that well surface. I mean, it's not the only option, it's just, again, we have no skin in the game, make over the problem.
And sometime in the future, it wouldn't necessarily be compatible with our system, but we still.
Oh, absolutely. No, it's not gonna
Annex them or something.
Voluntarily, even if it's some, down the road, they decide, hey, this is a good marriage. Yeah, but, then you gotta figure out how you're gonna. And then you have problems, and then you have significant costs to the city and your rate. Now remember, this is what's on, I don't want to take it too much.
Well, I don't want to take as much time as we need to.
Just don't want to take up time. But, the final thing to remember is that, number one, the developers, they're not worried about what ratepayers pay. And we just made that. That's the cost of the water.
They don't.
Now, if I'm a developer, I don't care. I don't like them. I mean, they're not, that's not their concern. And number two is that you have to remember that the TCEQ is in the business of granting these permits. that they are. That the state statutes are set up to approve these things, to provide for this development and to provide for these entities. But if the city's not gonna provide this service, then we're gonna allow them to create an entity that will. And will it be the same quality, and will it be as good, and will it be as affordable? No, but that's also not TCEQ's concern. They don't care.
Right.
You know, I mean, not that I'm talking about quality, but, you know, you have to meet certain standards. But this city is trying to go to the high end. You're trying to exceed those standards. That's not what a month.
Just
Right.
said it. Yeah.
Can I ask another legal question? So on they cannot, or we cannot extend this petition period of time. Correct?
We can.
Can there be a mutual agreement for a 30-day extension? I'm asking legally.
Well, I mean, I think there probably could, and I'm gonna say probably because the statute says what it says, but if we both agree that nobody's gonna challenge the 90 day, and that we're gonna just close our eyes or turn off the clock for 30 days, I think that will
I'm
probably.
just looking at a way to get past the holidays.
Yeah.
And then obviously, everybody's got to mutually agree. I'm not sure, you know, I'll put it on 30 days, but.
I think we could agree to turn off the clock and not challenge them. Right, I think we could do that. But they have to agree as well, as you have to authorize. So, that's your call, and that's, you know, their call too. I don't blame them, they want to get on, they want to move on, that's great. But by that same token, here's the other thing to remember. If we agree, you consent, that means they're gonna get their stuff together in TCEQ quicker. Right? They can go to TCEQ quicker, which is what the developers want. So, you know, the consent, the non-consent gives them more time to prepare the stuff that they're telling us they don't have to go to TCEQ. It's gotta get done.
I'm not seeing any downsides to not granting consent.
Well, I'm saying that we have the right and the ability to set conditions on that consent. And so why wouldn't we?
Well, I think though that needs to be built into tonight. What would need to be in that consent that would allow us to put the conditions in there? We have to spell out those conditions tonight.
Yes, sir, you would, but that's fairly simple, and the reason that's fairly simple is because I have in front of me 54.016, and I think it's E. I was wrong earlier when I said D, I think it's E. Subsection E, that lays out all of the things that the city can require. And so the easy edit to the proposed resolution would be, we give our condition, you know, I hereby make a motion, we approve resolution, you know, whatever it is, with the following condition, you know, this is conditional, and all of the conditions set forth in 54.1016E are, you know, included into the resolution. We type it up, we cut and paste it in there, and then, you know, Mayor Pro Tem or Will or whoever you got to sign it. So that's the easy part. And those conditions are all set forth in E. You just cut and paste them and throw them in. And they say what they said. You know, I mean, I can read it all to you, I just summarize it, but most of that, go ahead. I think we would be fine with those conditions.
And yeah, we have no objection to adding that the plan to be approved, the city inspected facilities, all of those consent conditions. We have actually, there is an exhibit B with some of the conditions related to the bonds already in there. We have no problem with the city approval plan inspection. We plan to address all that in the development agreement anyway. So that's not an issue. We have no problem adding those consent conditions. Sorry if that was misunderstood.
You want a word?
Yeah, Mayor Pro Tem, if I'd like to take this to executive session.
Okay, I think I agree.
And Mike,
Go ahead. No, you're going.
if I can clarify one other thing on the consent conditions, the only one that we would have an objection to is 54.016E is the limitation. It says that the city may limit only to water, sewer, and drainage bonds. We would request that that condition not be imposed, so that it's water, sewer, drainage, and road bonds that the district authorizes. Which is what's allowed under the law as well.
Water, sewer.
Drainage.
Water, sewer, drainage,
And roads.
Yes, they want to be able to do bonds for roads.
Okay, thank you.
So at this time, I'd like to close regular session and go into executive session in accordance with Texas Government Code 551.071, consultation with attorney regarding legal issues associated with the creation of the MUD. So with that being said, because of the space issues back there, we really can't go back there for, so we'll just have to keep everybody out. I mean, we keep our social distancing, we go back there, we're pretty tight.
Yeah, we're trying.
Yeah, we're trying to behave.
I thought maybe the box was back.
Everybody turn. I don't know if you want to go to City Hall, if you want to open up City Hall around here.
Sure can.
Just wait.
Yeah,
You don't have to
because
have
it's
the phone.
probably cooling off now.
This conference is no longer being recorded.
Yeah.
will now be recorded.
Okay.
I don't think I lost the last one. I think it does an update on its own.
Mark, action.
Action. All right. So at 8:46, we will return or leave, we will leave executive session and return to regular session and continue with item number 3, which is discuss and consider action on resolution granting consent to the creation of the county municipal utility district number 1. So, is there anything y'all wanted to share?
Sure.
All right, here we go.
Just to clarify a couple of things, and there's some back and forth as to who requested what information and what y'all are looking for. We are happy to provide, as soon as the information is prepared, we are happy to provide that information to the city. That is no problem, and same with the approval of plant specs and inspections. That's all kind of stuff that we thought it was understood already about the approval of plant specs as part of the annexation and be a part of the city's system at some point in the future already. So I apologize if we didn't make that clear. We want to build a quality development with or without the city's consent. That's not going to change. So I want y'all to understand that when we say partner, we're not, the developer, they're not thinking that lightly. They really do want to partner with the city to come up with the best solution. Because at the end of the day, growth is coming. It's going to happen. And so it's the matter of doing it in a responsible way and working with the city and making sure that everybody wins out of the situation. But we're happy to answer any questions, and this isn't an adversarial mud versus city situation. This truly is a way to work with the city and provide the city with these future revenues, future property tax revenues, working on the system, improvements to the system, all of that. So we're happy to answer any questions. Mark, I'll let you.
Okay. Y'all ready for a motion?
Yeah.
I thought you were, did you have some questions? Go ahead. I thought you had a few questions for him. So.
No,
Okay, go ahead.
I don't at this one time. I'd like to make a motion and specifically ask that the developers provide us with all the available information you have at this time, whether it's finished drawings, conceptual drawings, anything that you've got that you would be in line with what is going to TCEQ in the future, that you provide that to us on or before December the 14th. We request that you give this to us in 6 copies so we can disseminate it to the council and staff for their review. And I'm sorry, what?
Ask for an agreement to extend to the.
Well, I was going to do that post. This motion wasn't going to be contingent on that. Okay. And so we will table this item, and that's my motion.
So we have a motion to table and to request the information that he spoke of. Do we have a second?
I would second.
We have a second from Mr. Vine. Any more discussion? If not, all in favor?
Okay. Now I'll ask you a question. Are you willing to extend this till January the 12th?
At our next council meeting.
That's being mutual agreement.
That's what I'm asking. Do you have an answer?
It's on processing.
Okay.
How many days is that?
8 days.
90 days.
It's 8. Our 90 days are up, I believe, on the 4th. And in lieu of the holidays, we're asking for an 8-day extension, a mutual agreement.
Like to work with 8 days.
I'm sorry, what?
I can live with that.
And that would be January the 12th, correct? I haven't gone back to the date I think you gave us the notice on the 7th, and I haven't gotten out a calendar and counted the days, and I can't. But I know when my next council meeting is, and I'll check it right now, just a second.
Yeah, the 12th would be the extension.
Yeah, it'll
Did
be,
you get the petition?
yeah, I think it was the 7th. So.
Add 90 days.
Yeah, 90 days to 7th.
Tuesday, January 5th is the 90th day.
Okay, well, okay, then
So we're adding
7 days.
7 days, 1 week.
Yeah,
I'll find it.
okay, that's good. We appreciate you doing that with us. We'll be running into the Christmas blues, I guess, or New Year blues. All right.
So we tabled now, right?
Yeah, it's tabled.
All right.
It's tabled. They're gonna have the information to us on or before the 14th in 6 copies, and we're gonna disseminate it. And if we need to have a workshop before then, we will.
We will. All right. Sounds good.
And this was a legal question, but it is in keeping with what was discussed in open session earlier. And it was back to a question about consent and how consent works. And I just wanted to verify that a consent with conditions is enforceable. And the water code specifically provides that in the event that the district were to violate a term or provision of a city's written consent, then the city shall be entitled to injunctive relief or a writ of mandamus in court to enforce it. So I just wanted to verify.
Yeah, that was the question. We did that.
Yeah, that was the question, and so that is part of the water code, and so that is an option. Consents are important.
Yeah,
All right.
a permissible condition.
Permissible conditions that are in the water.
Yeah, I got you. All right.
Thank you.
Thank y'all.
Thank you for coming this evening, and we'll be looking forward to seeing y'all soon.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm trying to read us here.
All right, she's on
Oh, yeah,
new business.
Great, so we're going to skip to new business.
Yep.
Item number 3, which is discuss and consider action on amendment to streetscape resolution by Retta Martin.
Oh, calendar. Thought this was her PowerPoint presentation.
We could have been counting those days on this. You
Yeah,
know,
that's
it's
right.
wrong year, wrong year.
That's not a bribe.
Further mind.
Back in 2003, we decided on a comprehensive master plan. We went to our first meeting was at automatic, and our LCRA said, we recommend that you call Texas Historical Museum. They have a program called Visionaries in Preservation. And it's only 3 times pounds in a year to get that. And so we put it in part, we call it, we met with the city and we asked them to apply for this program. And so we called them and they walked alongside with us on the comprehensive master plan to make it work. So what you saw tonight is what you guys know, what the product of that was the Blanco Historic Preservation Action Plan. So streetscape is one of many things in this plan. The gateway is one of the things in the plan. The night skies is one of the things in the plan. And so each one of us are the ones that worked with it and took it as a task. And so my deal, and it was streetscape, unless there are any utilities, and of course that was just maybe something you have to get But we did farm, we did get that. It took from 2004 to 2007, the FEMA project approved. So in 2009, we had not really gotten moving on streetscape. And we went to this meeting with a resolution. And I don't have the original resolution. I don't know if you passed it out for Lori too. This one?
I have something in my packet here.
Yeah.
Did you pass them in?
I did that.
Yeah, we have.
Each one has the original. The resolution was passed and it offered the historic commission to form a streetscape committee and to come up with a master plan for the historic district. Our first meeting was in 2010, I think, or maybe it was in the last month of 2009. But we met for years and we have, I'm hearing some of the things that we came up with in those years. I mean, ideas. Eda came up with an idea, I think, to have a four-way stop signs, which is that's a corner over here, and that's one of the things we came up with. But we went through many different things. We raised money for to go to master planner. The one we chose was out of Colorado, and he was $48,000. And we came up with $16,000, so we got a pro temp, and it was Jim Rady, who was going to do the plan, the master plan. And we worked with him, and Nathan Hankrell was on our committee. There were 12 people on there. So it took different turns, and finally, at one point, Jack Twilly made a motion that we get a project manager to see about getting money, and that the city would get the project manager and raise the money for the plan. And so, anyway, we did go plan, project manager, and they didn't come up with the money. That was to implement a plan. They didn't come up with the money, so we went back and we resurrected our streetscape committee at that time. And then when Bruce came in, he put us on inactive again. We had money in the budget for, we decided we would do 4th Street first, and we had a plan for it. Nathan and John Klein, who was an architect at the bank, had drawn the plan. And because of problems with TxDOT and them taking ownership of the sidewalk or up from the curb to the drainages and breakers and that whole side, they did not want to claim that. And then we had months of having to have an engineer, and Del Silvermeyer was an engineer, and so this went on for years. We were having meetings for years, and so Bruce goes and I did. And he took the money that was in the budget and built the restaurants back there. And so I'm asking now that we resurrect this plan and have an amended resolution to it to decrease the members from 12 to 5, I think it is. And when Bruce put us as inactive, he said that he left Jack Foley and me on as advisors. So that's what I'm asking us to resurrect it, the city to resurrect tonight. That it's under the historic commission. The 2 chairs were historic from the commission. We have one on there from the historic commission for 5, and they should be the chair of it. And it's actually doing, it's kind of like we were like an ad hoc committee, just like Wilson Peak were. We were working to try to find the grants, and the Wilson Peak, when they did their work, they got the grants from LCRA, $200,000 grant. So it's just getting it going again. One of the parts of the plan was to have land plots around the square, and when this got messed up on the north side, when TxDOT finally came in, put the sidewalk in, it was lack of communication from the city, so we didn't get our land flags, but we can put the land flags with the solar on it. Still, but if we need sort of, I understand that there was somebody that from textile asking about, could we run sidewalks down to the river, or could they run sidewalks? Well, that's not textiles, that's cities down here. They're on 281, they're on 163. It always needs to be resurrected, and let's move on. One of the things that happened is that $15,000, $16,000 was raised. Some of it went to the project manager, and 7,500 was left. And then the city wanted to get $2,500 back to get the tolls taken off that side. Tolls taken off that side. So we still have the 5,000, and years ago, we like a big array, we had 200 some odd people, and we had a fundraiser, and we have $5,000 that we still have, and we still have another additional $1,000 that we are in agreement to put into in-kind donation for the architect to finish the plan. We have a conceptual plan. We had a plan for that side that did not go through, but it's been started. But the conceptual plan would be these two sides, and we finish out the history.
Is it conceivable that hot funds can be used for anything like that?
If they have a percentage.
There's historical, I mean, they got to look into it, but I know there's some.
Well, you know, when I was looking through this before when we were about the wall, yeah, they could be used for it.
I'm not hearing that, I mean, this sounds like it would, if it goes towards rejuvenation, historic significance, you know, that kind of stuff. I mean, that sounds plausibly, economic development related.
We use hot funds to renovate this thing.
But we were, but some
We didn't have a loan to do.
looking at the grant.
No, I wanted to know. Yeah, we didn't want to talk about the wall, that was right when Trump was voted in there, we didn't want to be talking about a wall.
By my wall, and they just started pushing it. So we'll probably be talking about the wall sooner or later.
So at this point, all you're asking for is the
Just right.
resolution, just to get the 5 members.
Yeah, let
What we call the pride.
the commission, get the committee going. And as you see, I think that one of the commissioners needs to be chair. I'm talking to Jack Welling, he said he would stay on as advisor. And I could stay on as advisor, and then we had, before, we had, you know, business people and the courthouse, we had a kind of one called Carolyn, we had a thing maybe before. So since we're down to this point, it will just be kind of making it happen and working with the city to bring it forward.
At this point, I entertain a motion or any other questions?
You'll have to
No.
restate the workshop and amend it.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion that we approve the amendment to the streetscape resolution as presented by Ms. Martin, and that it will change the members down to 5 members through the cross section of the area she had designated in the amendment.
You're approving this.
All right.
And you resurrected it, I should approve it.
Yeah.
Yes.
So we're making a motion, or we have a motion by Mr. Smith.
Reinstate the original and amend it.
Well, you can say reinstate, so would you like to include that?
Because
Well, it's not on the minutes. It's not on the agenda like that. It's on the agenda is take action to amend the streetscape resolution.
So we need to-
Well, yeah.
So,
If it's already on, we don't have to resurrect it, we just are amending it.
So I mean, how was it killed? You said, Ms.
Or Bruce just put it on hold if you want.
Oh, so we didn't do it through ordinance or anything, so we don't need to change it.
And I kept putting it on hold.
Yeah,
We're
we're,
done through
By
ordinance.
yourself? By yourself?
I never even,
So we don't need to read it, it was never really listed in.
Yeah.
Okay.
I
So,
never even.
we'll continue with, Mr. Smith's.
We're just amending section 2.
yes.
So we have a motion on the floor by Mr. Smith. Do we have a second? Second.
I have discussion.
Okay, discussion.
I would say it, where it says that it's 5 members representing a cross section of the area, and then it lays out who they can be. I don't think it needs to be that specific. I think that should be preferred members, but not have to be. Shouldn't have to be a member of Keep Blanco Beautiful, and it shouldn't have to be a member of the Old Blanco Courthouse Preservation Society, because you're limiting yourself to people. You may not be able to get a person from all of those cross sections of the community. So I would say that should be shall consist of 5 members representing cross section of the area, and say something like preferred from such as.
Well, yeah, I think this was the reason that we chosen the way we did.
Sure.
Blanco Historic Preservation Commissioner, Blanco Business Owner. And they should be in the district, they keep Blanco Beautiful member, and we're the ones that work with it to make it happen on the landscaping part of it. A member of the Blanco County Courthouse Prison, and a member at large could be anybody.
All right, well, you're limiting yourself there, so, all right.
All right, since it's, yeah.
Okay, never mind.
All right, so we have a motion and a second.
I'll help you.
Any other discussion? If
So,
not, oh,
I'm sorry.
we got one.
I'm sorry. I want to make sure, because you said you couldn't find the original resolution?
Yeah,
Okay.
It was done in 2009.
I searched all the ordinances in the city under streetscape, none of them came up.
So here, so I just wanted to,
This here is who we have.
Yeah, there's no dates on this bill.
It would be in your minutes.
Well, the council, the council portion, it was in.
It would be in your
I
minutes.
looked.
okay, well, so just for clarification then, if your motion was to, I would say, adopt resolution number, give it a resolution number with the following amendment.
And I passed it on the calendar.
Just to make sure that this resolution is being adopted tonight, if it hasn't been adopted previously or we can't find it,
Yeah.
then that way this resolution has been adopted and amended as, stated.
It wasn't numbered either, nothing was numbered again.
So I just to be clear.
Yeah.
Just make sure you say that it's adopted and amended as stated.
Okay, so you want me to redo the motion?
If, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, let me try, okay? Okay. Okay, I'm gonna make a motion to confirm the adoption of the prior resolution included in our agenda with the amendment number 1, we can call it, to that, whereby we change the number of members as outlined in the amendment.
All right. Any motion? We have a second. So have a second. Any other discussion? You, council, I think we covered what you were saying. Okay, so all in favor? All right.
All right, thank you. Yeah, no, thanks.
We're ready to move on.
Yeah, so are we.
We are.
All right, so then now we will go back to the one item we still have on old business, which is discuss and consider action on abandoning 15th Street property easement, state belt access, McClellan, and Howerton. Is there anything we need to discuss?
We're still waiting on one more signature, so he's going to continue it.
It's on old business, we don't have to do no action taken yet. All right, so then we will go on to new business, item number 1, which is discuss and consider action on approval of task force order number 7 to be reimbursed by the Meadow Center.
Let's, we'll have to do it.
Mayor Pro Tem, before any action is taken on this, I'm going to ask for us to go back to the executive session at some point. We don't have to do it now.
Okay, so let's go ahead and
Okay, so we're gonna skip this one.
All right,
and we will So should we skip number 2 also?
MOU.
Discuss and consider action. Okay, so we're gonna skip both of those until we go into executive, and we'll come back down. So then we will go to item number 4, which is discuss and consider action on approval of the 2021 proposed holiday schedule.
This could really be the easiest thing we do all the time.
Yeah. I don't have any questions, so.
Come on. Last year about this time, council restricted to 13 and a half vacation days. It was kind of, originally it was set up to follow the state guidelines. The state keeps giving extra days off, so we restricted it to 13 and a half holidays.
Okay.
So that's what we're aligning with. So if you look there, you see, Texas Independence Day, state closed, we're open.
Right.
Just kind of give it an idea of what.
And I went out and looked at other cities around and saw what they were doing on their holidays.
So because my office follows the state policy. And so what we do is if you look at the state holiday schedule, they have, and I can't remember the exact number, but the way they designate it and what we follow are with all offices and all personnel are closed. And then they have other flex days that you may take as part of your benefits with the state, but they are not closed at all times. And so I think that for us, for our office, that equals to about 12. Well, I know.
So the difference is yours varies by calendar year. So, for example, God, I wish I would have talked so much about this.
This is the fast one, right?
Yeah.
I think the other thing is to give them 13 and a half days, whether Christmas and the day before Christmas falls on a Saturday, Sunday, we still want to give them that holiday.
They take 19.
Yeah, but not full. And that's the thing, is that we got into this fight with my employees. Because they were trying to say, well, we get 19 days. And he said, no.
But the policy says 13 and a half, and they.
Yeah.
2 of them are weekends.
Yeah.
Right. So that's why we have the 23rd and 24th of Christmas.
Right.
Instead of, according to this, we don't have Christmas as the holiday, but it falls on a
And
Saturday.
the previous policy, the reason we limited it in that, just give the history, the previous policy, personnel policy, read that if it falls on a holiday, if it falls on Saturday, you get an additional day before, if it falls on Sunday, then you get it the day after, and so on. And this just kept with that same deal by keeping 13 and a half days.
So main thing is 13 and a half days, and we know beforehand when we're gonna be closed, so.
Right.
So moved.
Please.
All right. Go ahead.
I make a motion that, we adopt, what number is it?
Item number 4.
Item 4.
4. I make a motion that we approve the 2021 proposed holiday schedule.
We have a motion, do we have a second? I'll second. The second, any other discussion? Not, all in favor?
All right. Happy holidays.
Thank you.
So item number 5, which is discuss and consider action on approval of financing of 2 new vehicles for police department.
Chief, you want to start out, or you want me to lay it out here? We basically, I'll give the numbers. So we have quotes for 2 new PD vehicles at a grand total of $67,570. We have a 3% loan for 3 years that we could establish with a no penalty for any payment. Works out to be around, right now, 17,000 in this fiscal year budget.
That's for both vehicles, the 67? That's not per vehicle?
That's both vehicles.
Okay, but that's not outfitted. That's just the vehicles?
That's not outfitted because we have other money in the budget to outfit.
Okay, you don't.
It was left in there with the vehicles, and we're doing it less expensive than we did with the lease vehicles. Keep in mind, we have the 2 lease vehicles for another 2.5 years. Those are lease vehicles that cost considerably more than these two vehicles. And we still don't quite understand the terms of what it means when the lease is up and what really happens at that point. All that says it will be, can't remember the exact word, but it says something to the extent, it'll be cheaper than that. Yeah, it's very, you would have never advised. No, let's say that. You didn't see it, I didn't see it, we're just living it.
Okay. What was in the budget, in our fiscal budget,
So
these cars? Yeah.
we took the cars out.
Okay.
And so what we have in there is the money we put in we left in 30,000 for the gates and the fencing.
Yeah.
And Chief, we found a way to get around that right now for our compliance stuff, so that money, we would have to do a budget amendment to move it over back into the vehicles to do so. Again, it would be 17,000 into this year's fiscal year's budget.
Coming out of 30,000, so it's
Coming out of that 30,000. So we're able to, then we can budget next year based on what our income is in the fiscal year. If we have exceptional year, we can use more if we get donations, prior items, and so on along the way, which we have had those conversations. We'll be able to pay those off early, there's no penalty for early payoff. But
Okay.
we're gonna spend $17,000 in this quarter just on the maintenance of the vehicles that we have that have too many miles on
And that was not or was in the budget?
them. It's in the budget.
Okay, well, I guess, basically, if you've got $30,000 in the budget, why don't you put a down payment on it where you use your entire $30,000 and we'll have them paid off and then you'll have less.
From a personal finance
Sure.
standpoint, that's the way we both kind of look at it. We'd rather just pay them off, period.
Right.
But for this first year of trying to get our budget under control, I kind of wanted to stretch this out, and then we could, at the next budget year for 2022, we could make the adjustments to say we can pay the rest of it off right now. Because you're talking about 3%, that's, $2,100 over a year.
I'd like to get an auto loan.
But then you summon your brother to do something and they get too hard, so.
Right, yeah.
So that was 13,000, at least
Originally, we put in just pay cash for the vehicles, and then that money was.
Right, I figured how to do
We
it.
left-
What, Chief, will we need to replace any cars next year, to your knowledge?
I think honestly, I think if we do this now, because with the backlog on police vehicles, I think realistically it'd be 5 months before we see these vehicles on the street. So I think that would put us well into next year. So I think actually we skip next year. When I first proposed to y'all my vehicle replacement plan, it was based on a 3-year rotation.
Right.
And I was using data that I had brought with me because I didn't really have time in the budget cycle. But based on the miles that we put on the vehicle here, I think we can get 4, maybe 5 years out of a vehicle instead of 3 that I was projecting. So the two 2020s that we currently have, they're both, one's at 13,000 miles, the other one's at 10. They've been on the street since March. So I think we could probably skip next year, try to get out of this lease, get these vehicles paid for, and then be in a good position to get on a 4 or 5 year replacement where we just pre-program that as excuse me, this mask.
Just to be honest, sorry, Chief, but
Yeah.
we don't know what we're gonna be into at the end of that 3-year with these leases.
Yeah, that doesn't go out. We don't know if at the end of 3 years it's cheaper to get rid of them than pay to keep them. Because we don't know what the terms of the lease really are.
The way this lease was, we're paying outright. We could have bought 2 vehicles outright for less than what we're paying for this 3-year lease. And we're still gonna have to pay something.
And the downside with the lease as well is that we not only lease the vehicles, we lease the equipment. So by doing it this way, we'll purchase the vehicles, we'll purchase the equipment. So if these vehicles reach their life expectancy in 3 years, we own the equipment, and at least half of that can be transferred to a new vehicle. So I
Okay.
think we just need to get set up in that rotation, and we're fighting that lease, trying to find the most economical way to do it without most killing the budget all at one time.
Yeah.
And since we talked at the last meeting, one of the vehicles is down, it's gonna be 2,000, so we're trying not to do repairs until we can get this resolved. So there's at least two of the vehicles that we're having issues with right now that are probably close to that $12,000 mark, I think, to get.
And there's surplus out of those to come back to the budget as well.
Yeah, so whatever we get from the sale of the vehicles, we put that back towards these vehicles.
Okay, so the amendment or the action that we're looking for is to move the budget money, that's what you're looking for
Budget
tonight?
amendment from the, gate fencing line to the, auto purchase line.
Yeah, it's still gonna leave you.
I think the actual thing would be to approve the financing of the vehicles and taking the first year's payment, doing a balance transfer from the fence budget line to the first year payment of the vehicles, knowing that there's still 2 years left that we'll try to pay off next year. That makes.
Yeah, clear as mud.
Yeah.
No, it's all good, I get it.
So I entertain a motion. Anybody wanna say what
Mike?
you
Yeah, here I go. I make a motion that we approve the purchase and financing of two vehicles. And it's on a 3-year note, is that correct? On a 3-year note, at 6%, 3% interest. The total purchase price is $67,520. And payment amount will be funded through the budget set aside in the police budget of $30,000. And it's going to be approximately $17,000. Is that correct?
$17,727.30.
Now, is that in our fiscal year or for 12 months?
Fiscal
In our fiscal year.
year.
Okay.
We'll start over.
Yeah, okay. That answers that question. All right, I
We
got it.
have a motion.
Did it say, did you say the line item?
Is there gonna be a line item?
Yeah, I think,
But, well, we
We
could.
were doing line item under vehicle lease, and we had that line item for vehicle purchase. That was zeroed out, so we just put it into that line item.
We'll do a budget amendment to move it from one to the other.
okay.
And then
All right.
All right. So Lori, can you repeat that motion?
I can't.
No, I think we have, so we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Second. Any other discussion? If not, all in favor? All right.
All right, go get those cop cars.
Thank you.
All right.
We're looking at Dodge Durangos, will be a little smaller vehicles, so I hope we'll save some money on gas and make things going forward.
Was that the red?
I thought he was gonna say like Chargers or something.
Durango looks a lot like a van.
Really small.
It's a part. Item number 6 is discuss and consider action on ordinance requiring supermajority vote to transfer water rights. So this is something Mr. Smith suggested. I think it's all like the idea. And
Yeah, we've got to find it in that packet.
we have it in our packet.
Yep.
Okay, okay, you just prepare. I know y'all were trying to find one that existed.
And I couldn't find one, so I drafted it.
All right.
I thought I had one, and then Brad came out of the woodwork and provided it, and we said, Lori said bad things about it.
Okay.
All right, so everybody had a chance to read it.
Yeah, I think it accomplished what I was asking for.
Okay.
So, and I guess this was precipitated by the proposal that we got from, San Jose. So, I make a motion that we approve the ordinance defining and establishing a supermajority vote requirement for the sale of the water rights owned by the city of Blanco, Texas.
So we have a motion from Mr. Smith, and we have a second. Second. Mr. McClellan, any other discussion? If not, all in favor?
Thank
So we didn't, okay. Never mind. I was gonna say, we probably should have done a roll call vote on that,
I was gonna say,
but that's
I
no
was
problem.
gonna say something, but.
All right.
So we do that?
I was the next ordinance would have been 15.
Okay, it's okay.
But-
It passed.
Okay.
All right, item number 7 is to discuss and consider action on ordinance renewal of the franchise agreement with Fernhouse Electric, PEC. So basically, yeah, we get, I don't know if y'all read it, but it's a 2% of gross revenues that PEC passes on to us for use of our right of ways, things like that. So we did have the ability to increase that if we wanted to, but, you know, talking to the legal at PEC, that would be basically another tax. I mean, we can only squeeze so much out of our citizens. So I would recommend we stick with the 2%. It's my thought. I mean, it's up for discussion. If we want to do that, we would have to extend or ask for an extension because our contract has to end at the end of December. But it's, I think it was a 10-year contract, and
Unfortunately, it's a 10-year contract, but like you said, at the end of the day, it's technically a tax that goes on the people, and we're requesting it, and that's kind of hard to do. So that makes us call. I know you're a big tax fan. No, I don't know if anybody wants to do that. The grant, this money goes directly to the streets, and while we'd be fortunate to have it, it's just, I don't think it's right to itself. Long as it's 2%. Right, and you have a contract more than that.
no, I thought it was 2%. So yeah, you know, all the community service said there's a handful of them that have gone beyond that, and they said it was hell when they did it. I mean, it was a lot of.
And then just, if I can, 2% based off of their revenue.
That growth, yeah, PEC.
So as PEC grows, it gets more customers, it gets more revenue.
Well, and that's the other thing we need to look at a little bit. That last annexation, so I was talking to one of our billing people, and I'm not sure that last annexation was sent over there because they, you know, they'll work with the county or and find out. So there may be some people that were missing that last annexation that, you know, aren't getting this tax. So I want to follow up with that to make sure.
The city limits match.
Right.
We're going to take that up in your report.
Yeah.
Mark,
Yeah.
I'm going to do the city limits match anyway, and a little bit to.
So the 2%, even though 2%, they should add just because we got more, you know, new development, new electricity bills, and
It's a growing 2%.
right. Yeah. So
Okay, will this be ordinance?
what ordinance number?
I think I got the number 2020016.
Correct.
I'm getting better. So that's, all right. I make a motion that we approve the ordinance number I just stated, 2020-0-016, regarding the renewal of the franchise agreement with Pertinalis Electric Co-op.
All right, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
We have a second, and as far as discussion goes, just to let y'all know, I'm gonna abstain just because of my affiliation with them, so. When we get to the vote, so all in favor? All against, and then Lori, I'm abstaining.
Okay, I'm already picking that up.
All right, then, we will, I guess, which executive session shall we go to first?
You want to go to the executive session on the 2 items we skipped?
Yeah, whatever order y'all think
Oh,
is best.
We can't just go into executive session and then come back out and.
Of all of it, just do all of it.
Yeah, we can do all.
Let's just start off with number 1, let Paula.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because she's been waiting,
She's been waiting a long.
she's been waiting for
Got the right. We tested one time. So at 9:30, we will go into executive session. No, it's 9:30. Re-engineered. We're going to executive session in accordance with Texas Government Code 551.071 and. Let me read off each of these.
Read off, we're only going to Paula right now, and you just read off hers.
Are we going first?
Well, I think we're.
Oh, you're gonna go for everything?
Yeah, we're going for all of them, so it'll be Texas Government Code 551.074 personnel matters to deliberate the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of finance Director Paula Farley. We will also be doing, so we've already done 2, so we will also be doing 551071 consultation with city attorney and section 1.05 Texas disciplinary rules of professional conduct, confer with attorney regarding legal issues associated with the water treatment plant project, bids, contract award, and notice to proceed. And item number 4 will be Texas Government Code, section 551.071, consultation with attorney, and section 1.05 Texas disciplinary rules of professional conduct, confer with city attorney regarding legal issues associated with the wastewater treatment plant permit application, WQ 0010549002.
Good job.
And that way, you got to pick up the other 2. Didn't we? Under new business?
107-1 for item, for items new, just new business, 1.
Okay,
Yeah.
and yeah, new business 1 and 2. Okay, so they fall under
Oh, 107.
551071 in regards to new business, discuss and consider action on approval of task force. Order number 7 to be reimbursed by the Meadow Center, and item number 2, discuss and consider action on extension of MOU to December 31st, 2021 with the Meadow Center, Texas State University, North.
You got it.
Got it.
All right, good deal.
This conference is no longer being recorded. This conference will now be recorded.
Other discussion? Not, all in favor? All righty, we'll go to item number, Ms. Devine. Item number 2, which is discuss and consider action on extension of MOU through December 31st, 2021 with the Meadows Center, Texas State University, and Nick Dornett. Do we have?
No action on that, correct?
No, we have to.
Yeah.
We have to. You wanna
Well,
make-
we have to do
Authorize the.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yes, okay. No, go ahead.
You want me to do it?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. I make a motion that we extend the MOU with the Meadows Center through December 2021.
Yes, sir.
All righty, we have a motion. Do we have a second? A second from Ms. Devine again. Any more discussion? If not, all in favor? All righty, so now we'll go over the items in executive session. Item number 1, there was no action.
I was gonna direct council to proceed.
No action on item number 1. No action on item number 2.
The only one that we requires action is the
Number
personnel.
That was number 1.
And there does need to be, because remember, the action was to authorize the city administrator, the city attorney, as discussed, to proceed as discussed in executive session.
Right.
So, I forgot what number we were.
All right, so we'll go back to executive session item number 1, which is Texas Government Code 551074, personal matters, to deliberate the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of Finance Director Paula Farley. I entertain a motion.
Okay, I make a motion that we authorize our city attorney and city administrator to proceed as directed.
All righty, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
No, second.
We have a second. Any other discussion? If not, all in favor? All righty. All opposed? No opposed? And we didn't have to do anything on number 4, which was the wastewater treatment plant.
Go ahead and authorize me to proceed as discussed in executive session.
All right. So item number 4, which is Government Code 551071, consultation with attorney, confer with attorney regarding legal issues associated with the wastewater treatment plant permit application WQ 00105490002. I entertain a motion.
Authorize our attorney to proceed as directed.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
We have a second. 2 seconds. Any other discussion? If not, all in favor? All opposed? All righty, now I think we got everything covered, right? Other than, anybody want to make a motion to adjourn?
I make a motion.
Please. Make a motion. We have a motion. Second, please, somebody. Second from Ms. Devine. All in favor? All opposed? Yeah.